Well, good evening, my fledglings, and welcome to the Twisted Wonderland Summer Edition Symposium. Yes, indeed, we are here gathered today for our lovely presentation night, where all of the presentations have been submitted by you lovely viewers. But before we get to our festivities for the evening, I do have to ask, how is everybody? How are we doing on this lovely little Saturday? How has everybody's weekends going? Let's talk a little bit. Let's chat a little bit. Let's let people have enough time to come on in and get settled, get their popcorn, get their snacks, get their drinks, etc., etc. How are we? How's it going? How is all of you lovely people? Oh, you did not get the new merchant hot topic last time, unfortunately. I see. Playing this on the TV and chatting on your phone. I see. No, you're fine. My. It's 4 a.m. You stayed up for this. Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, my. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. For sure. My goodness. Well, you're doing fine? Having the AC on? I see. My. Well, I hope you all are ready to have a wonderful time, because I think we are going to be having a fantastic, fun little evening here. Yeah, it stays live in 8 minutes for you. That's interesting, considering that it is currently live right now. YouTube is doing something weird though, because when I started streaming from OBS, YouTube would not pick up on it. So I had to refresh the page, and then YouTube was like, yep, that's perfect. We can stream now, but it took a minute. So I unfortunately started later than I would have with our lovely little music. I would have let you all have a little bit more fun going on, but unfortunately, that was not in the cards, apparently. I spent all day trying to beat a stage in another gacha, but haven't been able to. Oh, I am so sorry. That is very unfortunate, very unfortunate. But maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow is a new day, a new dawn, a new day, all that fun stuff. The kitties are doing well. They are a little upset because they had to spend a little more time confined today because I went to a convention, which was super duper fun. I have not done that in years. In maybe a solid decade or more at this point. Not to date myself, but it was a long time. My oh my. But I always wanted to spend summer with the Twist Boys. Well, I don't know if the presentations themselves are going to be summer themed, but this is the summer. We are in almost July at this point. Good gracious. Guys, wait, hold on, guys. We're almost to the 4th of America, guys. Oh my goodness, that moment lives rent-free in my head, man, from the Nightmare Before Christmas stream. Good lordy, good lord. My oh my. Well, all right. Seems like I don't know how long to wait for folks. Maybe we give them another minute. It doesn't seem like there's nearly as many people here as there usually is, but that's okay. We have 6 lovely presentations. There it is. For all of y'all to be enjoying this evening, for me to be reacting to. Oh, you got SSR Birthday Balloon Khalib. Nice. On your free polls. Nice. I did get a couple of cool things at the con. The con went very well. The con was very fun. I met some other Twist people. I hobbled together a prefect uniform. NRC uniform. Good lord. I don't know how Riddle ties his tie every day, because it... I tried to look up a tutorial on how to do that. They're non-existent. And then the hard part of the tutorial, they just gloss over. So it took me a solid 30 minutes to figure out how to tie that thing into a bow. But I did it, and I carried Grim around, and some people recognized that I was from Twist or doing the prefect and doing all that sort of stuff. Which was nice. It was a grand old time. Saw a couple other Twist people there, which was super fun. I handed out some stickers that I made to the people. There was Twist merch at one of the booths. So this was a super duper small local kind of convention. So there was a booth that had plushies and like a couple of like assorted pins and other things that they were like reselling that were official merch. And then there was like one singular artist who had their own twist merch, so I bought from them. I got myself an Azul. Also got myself a print of Gino holding up a phone, and on the phone is Skibidi Toilet. It was just so funny. It was great. It was great. I was like, so many emotions happened at once, but I have that now. It's so funny. I posted a picture of my merch haul in the Discord in the merch channel. But yeah, so I got those things, and then I also got some signed prints from two of my favorite VAs, Keith Silverstein and then Erica Harlicker. So that was also really fun. It's the first time I've ever gotten anything signed. It was my first signing ever. I don't know what I was supposed to do, but I survived, and I now have prints, and their signatures are on them, and it's a grand old time. So. But yeah, so the con was like a basic like nerd convention. It wasn't specifically anime, and it wasn't specifically comics. It wasn't specific to really anything. But it was like in that like gaming, comic, anime like sphere. So we would not have twist merch there. Oh no. Are you sure? There's like, I don't know, man. I feel like you have to go to an anime convention almost. The kittens are very good. They're doing all right. They're doing all right. They were just a little upset that they had to be locked away for a little longer today, but they've been making up for it by bouncing around when I got back. You know, they're all good. They got their food, they got their litter box is clean. They can't really complain too much. So, it is how it goes. It is how it goes. The fellow kept him away from that stuff. You know, I don't know, man, but good lord. So it was really fun. It was really, really fun. I do have to confine them when I leave the house because they are still a little too little to go into like the basement. So the basement is finished. So it's fine if they want to live down there, and that's usually where they go because then there's a lot of space and they can run around, but they're still a little too small. And there's a lot of crap down there that they can get into, which would not be good. So I have to kind of reconfigure that space. So the upstairs is a little less dangerous, but they do like to hop in places that they're not supposed to go. So they do like to get on the kitchen table that has stuff on there specifically so that they don't eat it. And then there's like a couple other things that I can't fully trust them on their own. If I'm here, I can help them if they get stuck somewhere. If I'm not here, then they're gonna suffer. So I get a little nervous. But they're not like confined. They still have plenty of places to run where they are. They just they can't have access to the full house when I leave. Not yet. So but yeah, you want to go to a con? Conventions are really fun. I forgot how fun it was. I forgot what it was like to be around my people. To be around people that like know or just, you know, generally wholesome. Like everyone that I met and talked to was really nice. So I'm looking forward to maybe going to another one. Now I have a You cosplay put together. So I can just go around as you now if I want to. It's boring alone. I as somebody who spends the majority of my time alone, I didn't find it to be that boring. But I'm also somebody that is almost always not like hanging out with people. So very much, I'm very much an idiot in the way that I act, man. My goodness, my gracious. I also forgot how bad my social skills were with like actual people face to face until this convention. So had to lock your cats in the bathroom for a bit. Yeah. They're just a little too little and a little too curious still. I mean, cats are always curious, but they're like, ooh, what's this? I'll put it in my mouth. No, please don't eat that plant and put it in your mouth. Please don't die. But yeah. Oh, you got to talk to somebody at work about going to cons. Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, your country doesn't have them. That's fair. Yeah. We're going to cosplay as Malleus one day. Oh, my. I went by myself. I was a loner. I was alone. I did try to pitch it to some of my friends, but nobody had time. So, this is how it goes. Yeah, social anxiety is a wild time, especially with the signings. I was like, I don't know how this works. I haven't played like Genshin in so long. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know. It was very nerve-wracking for a variety of reasons. But yeah, cats are like toddlers for real, for sure. They destroy stuff by accident. Yeah, exactly. If I'm here and I hear a crash, then I can go deal with it. If I'm not here and a crash happens, you know, and then they can get themselves hurt. So that's how it goes. Cons is so expensive if you don't live near one. Yeah, that's why this one, the only reason I really went to this one is because it was a low barrier of entry. So like the entire experience, including all of the merch that I got, was like $200. Because the ticket, and I bought the higher price ticket because the higher price ticket got you in earlier. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this. I don't know if I'm ever going to come back here. Let me just go all the way and get the more expensive ticket. And then that way I'll have access to everything and then I can judge everything. But, it, for the whole thing, well, because, okay, so like, the tickets were like, the general admission tickets were $25. I got the higher price ticket, which was the $45. Then the signings were both $60, right, for Keith and for Erica, right? So that's already $120. And then you have the $40. And then there was a couple other things that I got. So that was the total cost of the single day event. If I didn't get the signings and I didn't, you know, buy the more expensive ticket, then it would have been super cheap. It would have been like $25 and like change for gas, and like maybe the merch that I got, you know, was not that expensive. So like but like if you go to a big convention, the tickets themselves are like $60 to $70 or more. Then if it's a multi-day convention, you have to get a hotel room or you have to live nearby, right? Because usually people would like to go to the multi-days. Then you have to have that hotel cost on. Then if you're traveling from out of state, then you have to put your travel cost on. God forbid you're taking a flight. Like, it can get really expensive really fast. So that's, yeah, it wasn't that crowded. Again, because it was a tiny local thing. Your favorite con tickets, 3 days is $70. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then food cost as well. Yeah. So if you don't live close by and you can't just go home or you can't pack your own lunch, then, you know, food is going to be expensive too. So it all depends on the scale, the scope, the time frame, all that sort of stuff matters. Who's there and what you're doing, right? I did not plan on getting autographs until I was there, and I was like, well, you know what? I might as well. So like I hadn't budgeted for that, but like if I didn't do that, it would have been way cheaper. So, and then, you know, there's little panels or stuff you can do. It's a fun time. You go to local cons, but really only the guests they announce. Yeah. I think that's kind of the drive of this one, is they get some pretty big voice actors. I saw an advertisement for it last year, but I saw an advertisement for this convention after it had already passed. But Griffin Burns was there last year, I think. So like another Genshin VA and like a couple other people. And they had the Adventure Time voice actor. Gosh, I can't remember what his name is. The guy that does Finn and like somebody else as well. So I got a Zhongli print and I got a Venti print. I was gonna get an on print from Erica, but the one that she had, I didn't quite like at the size that I wanted, and I didn't look at the big ones because I had nowhere to put them. So I just went with Venti. Venti's a nice classic. And now I have the Archons all together. Your first con you went to happened by accident because your younger sibling had a gymnastics competition and there was one in the same building. Oh, that's so fun though. Your first con was Anime Expo, and now your expectations are too high. That's also fair. The only other conventions I ever went to were like back in high school with a con that's now defunct, but they were kind of small. They would get big people, like they would get pretty big musicians to come. I'm pretty sure they got Rookies is Punked one year. That was pretty cool, because around that time I was much more into the music than anything else. And they had a couple other things that were pretty cool, and that was a multi-day convention. But they blew up their organization quite spectacularly during COVID, so now that con doesn't exist anymore. But yeah. Maybe Jeremy Shadow. I honestly can't remember his name, but I think so. Your brother-in-law have Funko autographs? Yeah, there was a lot of people with Funkos that were going up and getting them autographed. And you can bring your own thing. I just, again, was wholly unprepared because I didn't plan on getting the autograph. So I was like, that's fine. I should have brought my Zhongli button. I could have had him sign that one, but that's okay. That's okay. Now I have 2 cool prints, and I'm gonna get frames for them tomorrow, and then they're gonna get hung up on my wall. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. But oh, they randomly stopped hosting it. A smaller con affiliated with Comic-Con, and I see. Yeah, and now I know what to expect too. So that's a good thing for me. You have a Zool signature. Gosh, see, those are the people that I want the most. I want the Octave and L people. Give me all the Octave and L voice actors, please. I would like that very much. Thank you. One day, potentially. I don't know. I have to start following them to actually know where they are and what they're doing and all that sort of stuff. But it was a good venture, and I didn't know that if there was going to be any Twist people there, but I ended up, there was a lot of people that recognized me, even if they weren't cosplaying, so I ended up giving out quite a few stickers. So I was happy that I brought those. People seem to get very excited about them, so yeah. No. So this was the only convention that I know of that I budgeted for because, again, I don't like... So the other problem is there's conventions I do want to go to that are, like, big conventions, but I would have to go alone, and I don't want to do that, and I don't want to get a hotel room super alone and be there by myself. And also, that's really expensive, especially late in the game. If you're going to a big one, you almost have to plan it, like, a year out, and that's a whole thing. So... Yeah, and small cons, you tend to, like, actually get to talk to people. Like, I had some really good conversations with a couple of folks today. I kind of forget the one folks I didn't ask if they wanted to exchange info or not. I should have done that. And I left I was driving home and I was like, I could have asked them for, like, their Instagram handle. No! But maybe I'll see them again at something else local. So it's quite nice, and you know, it's also a little bit easier to, like, walk around and do stuff. Sometimes the big conventions just get overwhelming, and there's just, like, too much happening and too many people, and everything is all together, and it can be kind of gross. But just chilling and searching for places in NYC that sell Twist merch, and you just found someone with a whole Heartstable shrine. Nice. You got recognized and took pictures? Oh, you're Rousey. Yeah, there was a kid cosplay contest. I didn't stay for the adult one because Symposium was happening. But the announcer, I was in line for one of the signatures, and the announcer goes, and it's Tenna! And the entire stadium erupted. There was not, like, any sort of, like, there was cheering and stuff for everybody. But the minute that the person cosplaying Tenna went out on stage, oh, it was like there were so many screens. I guess Delta Root is just still so high and mighty. But oh, there's a Twist Art Mart happening in the Philippines. Oh yeah. I think you shared it in the Discord, right? It's got, like, the red. I don't remember exactly what the details are, but it's got, like, a red background and, like, it almost looks Valentine's-y, but it's Twist, and there's a bunch of different, like, prints and bookmarks and stuff. I think. But overblock Twist Funkos would be interesting. My. Oh, your favorite author, but was too starstruck to talk to him. I see. But you at least got your book signed, so hey, there you go. Yeah, so I feel like sometimes the people that are signing are chatty, and then sometimes they're not. Like, I didn't get a peep in with Keith at all. He just kept talking. Which was nice, because I was very awkward, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing here. But then Erica tried to talk with me a little bit, and we talked about Genshin and how we don't really play it as much anymore and stuff like that, which was nice. It was nice. So yeah, this was my first time getting anything signed. It was a very interesting experience, for sure. It was quite wild. So I don't know. The only other signatures I want at this point in time are the Octave and L boys. Like, Venti and Zhongli were my favorites. Octave and L is my favorites. That's kind of my only goal at this point, but I'll get it eventually. At some point. At some point I'll go to a convention and all 3 of them will be conveniently there, and I will get all of the signatures immediately and it'll be fine. I don't know. But anyway, we do have quite a few presentations that we should probably go through a little bit, maybe, potentially, possibly. Possibly. Or you can request them, huh? I see. The Hot Topic already, yeah. So Hot Topic has the bag. So that's one of the other things. I took the twist bag with me to the con just to see how it would fare. I got a lot of people talking about the bag. There was a couple of people that were whispering about it and like staring at me but not talking to me while I was in line, and they were also in line for one of the signatures. And then as I moved to go up, they were like, oh yeah, I guess I like your bag. And I was like, okay, thanks. You could have just said that instead of whispering amongst each other, but that's okay. My. It was quite interesting. But yeah, Hot Topic has a lot of merch now. Hopefully it'll move into boxed lunch, because the bag is really pretty. I don't think it's necessarily worth the money. That's my personal opinion, but that's for another day. That's for another video. Today we have the Community Symposium TWSTed Summer Edition. We have 6 total presentations up tonight, all of which have been put in a random order as the wheel hath decided. The wheel has decided the order. It's all random, no favoritism. I swear. Y'all, I have to swear 3 times because you're not going to believe me, but it was in fact random. And I have not seen these presentations at all. I have not seen them. Only the mods have seen them. The mods reviewed them to make sure that they followed the rules. But I will be reacting to them blind just as well as you. Yeah, none of them got, all the ones that were submitted got in. None of them ended up getting rejected. All of them followed the rules. The only reason you would get rejected is if you didn't follow the rules. Like, if there would have been 20 presentations, we'd be going through 20 presentations. We probably would have to split it into 2 days. but that's how it is. Yeah, no. So no rejections. Only 6 entered, but we have 6 lovely presentations to go with. So let me get Stitch muted here. And let us begin the event of the evening, our Community Symposium. So, our first presentation has been decided by the wheel to be Lilia Van Rouge! Lilia, our very own mod, has submitted a presentation, and the wheel immediately chose them first, and I swear there was no favoritism. I laughed a little bit, because I was like, of course the wheel would do this. But congratulations, people, on being our first presentation of the evening. So, here we go. Without further ado, we have the presentation by Lilia Van Rouge. And there he is. Fantastic. All right, everybody ready? Everybody ready? Let me get the volume up. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to hear the presentation. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. General Peepaw here. Or Telephantom if we're on friendly terms. You may be wondering why I'm not in my usual ghostly form. Or even my tiny fox form that exists in the Discord server. Let's just say I'm in a goofy mood. I'm here to present dumb laws that I think the Twist Boys would break.
Hell yeah!
These are based on dumb laws in America. Some are specific to states, some are specific to cities. Regardless, they'll all be hilarious. Let's get onto this. You're not allowed to put ice cream cones in your back pocket because people used to do this to steal horses.
What? What do you mean people used to do this to steal horses? What do you mean? Why is Riddle in the corner? He's so mad. Ace, why are you trying to steal Riddle's horse, Ace? Oh my good gosh. What a time. Holy hell. Wow. What a time and a half. What a place. What a pal. What a guy. What a Also, is the volume's okay for y'all, right? I just want to double check because I can adjust it on my end all I want. It won't affect y'all. I have to adjust it in OBS. So I just want to make sure everybody can hear. You're good. Who puts ice cream in their pot? Apparently, people trying to steal horses. Okay, we can hear it good. Okay, cool, 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 cool. If it becomes a problem, y'all just let me know. But apparently, Ace puts ice cream in his pockets. Apparently, Ace. Apparently, people. Oh my goodness. All right. What else we got?
I feel like Ace would do this. Not to steal horses, but I can definitely see him stuffing an ice cream cone in his pocket to do something else. It's illegal to dye chicks different colors for Deuce. I can see.
I'm sorry, the riddle being at the different corners is so funny. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Deuce is dyeing chicks different colors. Deuce, what are you doing that for?
Deuce doing this on accident during a potionology exam. Hypnotism can't be performed on someone unless it's performed by a dentist for Trey.
What? What do you mean it's legal for dentists to hypnotize people? What? Also, I love that we're giving up Crowley's teeth here. 100%. I have no idea what the laws are from. I think you said it was U.S. laws, right? Some of them are state, some of them are federal, so it's United States. But oh my goodness, why are you hypnotizing?
Although he has an unhealthy obsession with teeth, he technically is not a dentist yet. Sorry, Trey. It's illegal to whistle underwater for cater. I feel like he's done this as an internet trend. It was kinda tricky finding one that would fit him for this list.
All right, hold on, guys. You need to see this. There he is. There's the riddle. He's in the corner. I conveniently cover him up, but he is there. Oh man. Whistling underwater. Why? How do you whistle underwater? How does this happen? Oh, maybe instead you could like blow into a whistle, right? Like one of those little like Coach Vargas type whistles, right? The PE whistles. If you just go like in the whistle while you're underwater, because you can do that. So maybe that's how. I guess. I don't know. My.
Horses cannot be ridden faster than 10 miles per hour for riddle. Horses can apparently travel between 30 to 40 miles per hour. So Riddle, you better keep your horse at a canter or there's gonna be trouble with Sage's Island.
Uh-oh.
Police. It's illegal to educate dogs for Leona. This one I found funny just because of Jack's existence in Savanakla. Sorry, Jack. It's illegal.
I thought you said guys. And I was like, huh, that's weird. And normally it's the opposite. But you said dogs. You can't educate dogs. Oh no, Jack. Uh-oh.
For Leonard to teach you anything. It is illegal to sell a pickle that doesn't bounce for Ruggy because I think the idea of him having to test a pickle's bounciness properties in front of someone like Sam is funny. It's illegal to get a bike up to 65 miles per hour for Jack.
How? How is he getting up to 65 miles an hour? What? Oh my gosh. Oh my. Bro, how? What? Also, the pickle thing is very funny with Ruggy. But Jack, what are you doing? He went from lawnmower to speedster. That's what happened.
I don't even know how you'd pedal the damn fast, but I feel like if you can, then you deserve a reward. It is illegal to harass Bigfoot for Azul because I can absolutely see him doing this. No one tell him about the other cryptids.
Oh no! He was gonna try to get Bigfoot into a contract. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we can't tell him about those other cryptids.
Doesn't need to use them for more profits. It's illegal for twins to work for the same company for both the Tweels, but I'm using this for Jade's entry because it's funny, especially in regards to the Tweels who work for Azul. It's illegal to use a goldfish as a bingo prize for Floyd. solely because of his
Wait, is that why Riddle is there? Is that why he's... Oh my god. I mean, in it makes sense from like the law perspective to be like, yeah, no, you can't, have a live animal be a prize in a game, right? In a gamble. Like I get that, but of course, of course, of course. Interesting. I see. Is that what Floyd is doing in his free time? He's playing bingo and trying to win riddle. Oh man. Oh man.
nickname for Riddle, and because I could absolutely see Floyd kidnapping Riddle to use as a prize. If you tie an elephant to a parking meter, you must pay for the parking meter. Come on.
How? When? When did this happen? I have so many questions. Oh, this is absolutely something that Kaleem would do. He'd be like, all right, here you go. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness.
How could I not put this for Kaleem? You know he's accidentally left an elephant tied to something in the scalding sands. It is illegal to throw a snake at someone for Jamil. I like the image of Overblot Jamil just chucking a snake at Azul specifically during book 4. It's illegal to unalive someone while you're wearing a bulletproof vest for Veal. He already tried to delete Nige from reality once. Who's to say there won't be a second time?
Wait, what? How? What? Huh? Why? Wait, why? I have so many questions, but I think we should. The moose is side-eyeing them as well. The moose is giving them side-eye. I just, I think, I also think it's illegal to unalive someone in general as well. I don't know who made these rules, but like, good lord. Good lord.
It is illegal to whisper softly in someone's ear while they're hunting mooses for rook hunt. Because I feel in my bones that he did this. That poor person was prepared for nearly everything. But he didn't expect one thing, rook hunt. It's illegal to ride a bike in a swimming pool. This just gives me Epel vibes. You know.
What? Are we blast cycling over the water? Are we doing one of the Red Bull stunts? Is that what we're doing? Is that why this is happening? Apple! 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 You can't do that, buddy!
That boy would do BMX if given the opportunity. It's illegal to share your Netflix password for Idia. I feel like all of the NRC housewardens are using Idia's Netflix account, minus Malleus, because we know how bad he is with technology.
For
you
sure.
must give 24 hours notice before committing a crime for Ortho Shroud because the idea of Ortho giving someone a heads up before doing something bad is hilarious. Boxes of chocolates given as gifts must weigh more than 50 pounds for Malleus, because Malleus absolutely would give a 50-pound gift to someone. It is illegal for a dead chicken to cross the road. Don't worry.
Okay, the Malleus one I don't fully understand. I think I just like misheard it. Ortho being a bean is cute. Absolutely, everyone has Edia's Netflix password. But why is Lilia walking a plate of chicken across the road? For what purpose, Lilia? Why are you walking the chicken across the road? Yeah, apparently you cannot cross the road with your chicken nuggets. Apparently that is illegal. But I just want to what?
Hi everyone.
No!
General delete Nige from reality. This
Oops,
just gives with technology for doing something bad. Because Malleus absolutely would give a 50-pound gift to someone. It is illegal for a dead chicken to cross the road. Don't worry. I cooked the chicken because the last time Lilia did he accidentally summoned Crowley's dead ancestors to scold him. It's illegal to worry squirrels for Silver. I think he'd do this accidentally, because I doubt
Oh,
he'd have the heart to worry anyone intentionally.
we're also with the squirrels. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, he's worrying the squirrel. Oh, poor Silver. Poor little guy. Poor little guy.
Anyone intentionally. It's illegal to keep an alligator in a bathtub for Sebek. I can definitely see baby Becky bringing an alligator home to keep as a pet for a few hours. Bonus law because I couldn't leave out Ernesto and Gino, the
Yay!
ultimate lawbreakers. I mean, model citizens. Grim also fits into this, but it is illegal to eat from someone else's trash. I think it's clear why this law applies to these individuals.
They can't go dumpster diving for their food anymore. Unfortunate. They are gonna starve to death, these poor boys. These poor boys. My goodness gracious. Gino's pizza's already almost done. A fellow, he's halfway through. Gino's on the crust, and then Grim is just crying. Oh my. Yeah, but how are they gonna know? How are they gonna know? If you eat all the food, then how do they know? How do they know? How do they know that you ate? How would you know? How?
Thank you all for listening to this video. I hope you all enjoyed it and the rest of the symposium. I'm excited to see what everyone else submits for the symposium.
Yay! Well, thank you so much, Lilia. Rounds of applause for Lilia. Rounds of applause. I forgot to add the thank you screens like I normally do. So round of applause. Thank you to Lilia. Thank you. Thank you so much for your lovely presentation. So sorry that I don't have a screen that says it, but thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was delightful. It was very fun. I like all the laws. I think they were hilarious. I loved your visuals. Your visuals were great. just the Floyd with the riddle, bingo riddle being in every Hearts the Bolt rule breakers. That was fantastic. Like Lilia with the chicken. Oh my gosh. Just bravo. Very good. Oh my. Well, are you all ready for more? Are you ready for more? We have a couple more presentations on our docket for this evening. And our second presentation, as dined by the wheel, is from our community member, Geeky Robot. Congratulations, Geeky. Thank you so much for submitting. Let us see what you have in store. Oh, characters and songs that remind you of them. My, oh my, oh my. Alrighty, shall we start?
Hello everyone. Today I am going to be doing a video on Twisted Wonderland characters and songs that remind me of them. It's gonna be a bit hard to fit everything within 15 minutes or less, but I'm going to try my best. So let's get right into it. But first, a few disclaimers. This presentation will contain implied Ian spoilers, and it's only going to include the Overblot boys, so if you don't know who the Overblots are, be warned, watch at your own discretion. I was originally going to have everybody, but that would have taken too long, so I had to cut it down. No, the thing is, originally I was going to show the lyrics and then talk about how I interpret the lyric and how I interpret it fit the character and all that. But I realized that would be taking way too long. So besides just cutting down the entire thing from all the twist characters to just the Overblot boys, I will also have to cut down the length in terms of me explaining everything. So I'll just be reading out the lyrics. I'll let them speak for themselves, and I highly recommend pausing to read and share your thoughts as well if anything stands out to you.
Yay,
So the first person we're going to look at today is Riddle Rose Hearts. The song that I chose for him is Sunglasses by Black Country New Road. So the first line here is, she buys everything that glows gold in the kitchen larder. Mother is juicing watermelons on the breakfast island, and with frail hands she grips the NutriBullet, and the bite of its blades reminds me of a future that I am in no way a part of.
Oh, interesting.
And in a wall of photographs in the downstairs second living room's TV area, I become her father, and complain of mediocre theater in the daytime and ice and single malt whiskey at night.
Whoa.
And I am so ignorant now with all that I've learned. I'm so ignorant now with all that I've learned. I am invincible in these sunglasses. I am the Fonz, I am the Jack of Hearts. I am looking at you, and you cannot tell I am more than the sum of my parts. I am locked away in a high-tech, wraparound, translucent blue-tinted fortress, and you cannot touch me. I'm more than adequate. Leave my daddy's job out of this. Leave your cetraline in the cabinet, and burn what's left of all the cards you kept. Next, we're going to move on to Savannah Claw and Leona.
Wait, that was so cool though. I like these lyrics. And I see where you're coming from. I see how they're tying to Riddle. I can feel it. I can see this kind of house that these people are in. Yeah, the slides look great as well, by the way. Fantastic job. But that seems to fit. It's not a song I ever heard before, but from you reading out the lyrics, it really does seem to fit Riddle. So I'm very interested to see who else we got here. Also, I love the lyric referencing the Fonz as a good time. Love a Fonzie cameo for sure, for sure. All right, what you got next? What you got? I did what's left of the card you keep. Okay, it's like about here. All right, perfect.
Next, we're going to move on to Savannah Claw and Leona. The song I chose for him is King of Nothing by Saint Asonia. Now, what we're going to look at first. Come on, put yourself back together. Pick up some pieces of the hearts you've shattered. What have you thrown away this time? Are you really that out of your mind? Better pull yourself back together. You could be something. You're one step closer to the throne, King of Nothing. Do you see yourself in the mirror? You should be something. You're one step closer to the throne, King of Nothing. When did you decide to start to lie? Or were you born that way? You defend yourself to the bitter end. You push everyone you know away. All the dreams you've been chasing, all the life you've been missing, is all right here waiting for you. And it's so disappointing. The only one that you're hurting, the only heart that you're breaking belongs to you. Now we're going to be moving on to Octagonal.
That is heartbreaking. I feel like I know that song, but I also probably don't. But that fits Leona so well. Man, you chose these so well. They're so thought out. This is fantastic. This is so cool. My goodness, my gracious. I cannot wait to see what you picked for Azul. I didn't even, yeah, all these songs of depression in a nutshell. Yeah, but they're different flavors of depression. And that's where the fun comes in. The first one was like a picture perfect family that, it looks like they're doing all right, except they're completely broken under the surface. This song is more so like you're broken and you're causing your issues and all of those sorts of things. So like it much better fits Leona's vibe. But yeah, you're right. Oh my goodness, excuse me. I don't know why I'm burping so much all of a sudden. But you're right. They're all very sad. They're all very, very sad.
Now we're going to be moving on to Octagonal and Azul. The song that I chose for him is Pain by Oingo Boingo. Welcome to my little world, completely self-contained. Your problems, they'll soon be gone. We soak up lots of pain.
Oh my.
If life is a reflecting pool, then we are like a sponge. Absorbing the good with the bad, we soak it up. So give me all your troubled thoughts and baggage you can't handle, no. We'll gladly take it off your back. Boys and girls in a line, come and get your big reward. You're not too late, just in time. Put your hand on mine, you're mine, you're mine. Little Junior on the bus, his notebook by his side. He hardly ever makes a fuss. He soaks up so much pain.
Oh my gosh, that's so sad.
So open the door and let me in. Don't question who I am, no. Just shake my hand and give me your name.
My goodness.
Next, we're going to move on to script.
Oh my goodness. All of the contracting. The contract, and then that line that's thrown in just about like the little kid in the bus just absorbing the pain, like ah. Man, these are really good choices. Really good choices. Ah! What did I do? I hit something on my computer. Hold on. There we go.
Next, we're gonna move on to Scarabia and Jamil. The song that I chose for him is Little Poor Me by Leto. I made strides, don't call me sweet. Chaos organizes me. I can see you wondering, oh why? Oh, it's such distaste. When I'm with you, I crumble alive. I have to leave this place. I'm gone, not going home, going down that lonely road. It's too bad I'll never be back. I can't tell you what I feel inside. This feeling burns inside my mind. Just a little poor me. I tried hard, you know I cared. 1,000 yards, embrace that stare. Manic days, I know you know. You'd get high while I'd be low. This is not what I want, becoming to someone I'm not. Disaster, pressure it mounts, faster, master, please. Just let me move on, just let me move on. I'm trapped, yes sir, no sir. Not for me, I'd rather spend it all so you can see what freedom's really worth to me. 1, 2, 3, set me free.
Man,
Now we're moving.
These are all so good. These are all so good. They all just seem to fit their mindsets so to a T. They're all really sad, but they fit them so well. And these are all people that I have no idea about. Like, I think I know the Leona song vaguely, possibly, but I have not heard of like pretty much any of these other artists. But everything just fits so well. All the lyrics just work so well. My oh my. All right, what do we got for Vil? What do we got for Vil? Where's Vil? There he is. Hold on. There we are.
Set me free. Now we're moving on to Pomfio and Will Schoenheit himself. The song that I chose for him is Lacy by Olivia Rodrigo. Lacy, oh Lacy, skin like puff pastry. Aren't you the sweetest thing on this side of hell? Ooh, I care, like perfume that you wear. I linger all the time, watching hidden in plain sight. Ooh, I try, but it takes over my life. I see you everywhere, the sweetest torture one could bear. I feel your compliments like bullets on skin. My stomach's all in knots, you got the one thing that I want. Ooh, I try to rationalize. People are people, but it's like you're made of angel dust. Lacy, oh Lacy, it's like you're out to get me. You poison every little thing that I do. Lacy, oh Lacy, I just loathe you lately, and I despise my jealous eyes and how hard they fell for you. Yeah, I despise my rotten mind and how much it worships you. Next up is Ignihide and
My oh my, oh my. Again, another banger. This one I have heard. So I'm two for what? 5? 2 for 5? That's not that bad. But yeah, no, I really don't know what else to say because they all just seem so perfect. Exactly. You replace Lacey with Nej, and then it's basically Vil's arc. Like it just fits, man. It fits.
worships you. Next up is Ignihide and Idiot Shroud, my favorite. The song that I chose for him is Hurt by Sleeping at Last. I already miss what I have. I think about that a lot. 2 funerals in my head.
Hold on. I gotta move. Beep beep. There we are. Let me start that. Now you all can. Oh no, PowerPoint. What are you doing? PowerPoint. What did you do? Okay.
I want to go back in time.
No, go back.
I think about that a lot. 2 funerals in my head. I want to go back in time like some sci-fi storyline and pull a single thread. Without fear of consequence, I want to raise the dead. I want to live. I want to live oblivious to pain. I want to feel unfazed, unchanged by change. I want flowers to bloom without rain. I know better than to believe that I could bend the rules, but God, I want to try and tip the hourglass on its side. Remember when we were young, afraid but brave enough to swim, away, imaginations big enough to dream a better life. I'm burdened by bloodlines. I want to change the tide.
Dang, if that ain't Idia.
I want to give in to the mercy, the mystery of change. I want flowers to bloom after the rain. I want flowers to bloom. Finally, we're going to be looking at the insomnia.
Full marks. Full marks. That one line was like literally just Idia. I think that song actually was written by Idia. Not gonna lie. We have Phantom of the Opera. Okay, I'm 3 for 7. Music of the night. Oh man. Night unfurls its splendor, grasp it, sense it, tremulous and tender. Oh, I love Phantom. Oh, this is so great. Oh, this is so fun. All right. Let's go.
And Malleus. The song that I chose for him is The Music of the Night from The Phantom of the Opera. Slowly, gently, night unfolds its splendor. Grasp it, sense it, tremulous and tender. Turn your face away from the garish light of day. Turn your thoughts away from cold and feeling light, and listen to the music of the night. Close your eyes and surrender to your darkest dreams. Search your soul for life you knew before. Close your eyes, let your spirit start to soar, and you'll live as you've never lived before. Softly, deftly, music shall caress you. Hear it, feel it, secretly possess you. Open up your mind, let your fantasies unwind, in this darkness which you know you cannot fight.
Beautiful.
Let your mind start a journey through this strange new world. Leave all thoughts of life you knew before. Let your soul take you where you long to be. Only then can you belong to me. Floating, falling, sweet intoxication. Touch me, trust me, savored sensation. Let the dream begin. Let your darkest side give in to the power of the music that I write. And that's all, folks. Thank you so much for watching. The process of making this was great. I had to cut things down several times, and that was kind of sad. And I also caught a cold halfway through, so if I sound kind of congested, like towards like the middle of that presentation, that is why. And when I was filming the later parts, I was feeling better. That's why I sound better. This was fun, really exhausting, and I managed to actually get it done in time, so yay. Again, thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the presentations, unless I'm the last presentation. In that case, have a good rest of the day. Have a good rest of your day.
Yay!
Goodbye.
Thank you. This was so delightful. I think you hit the nail on the head with every single one. I don't know some of the artists that you have, which means I now have new songs to listen to that are very exciting. But like all of the lyrics just fit super well for each of the boys. Like it just worked, man. It really just works. This was so good. Thank you so much for your presentation. A round of applause for Geeky. Round of applause. Yeah, I really don't have too much to say. I mean, even without the explanation, that all of these things just resonate real well. Like they all just You can I feel like you can tell. Like if you know the character, you understand like how it relates. And they were all the Edea one that had that one line. What was the line? It was something about him wanting to do something. Not the burdened by bloodlines. There we go. That one. That's just an idiot thing, man. That's just an idiot thing. What nicknames the Twisted Wonderland boys would call the player? I don't know. I gave them nicknames. And then like I really have to rewatch Phantom of the Opera because I did not realize that these were the lyrics to this specific song. Like some of them I was like, oh, it says that then? Oh, I didn't realize that. But this one's so perfect for Malleus too. The giving over to the temptation and the giving over to the life and the things that he wanted in his domain. Like it all just works so well. It all just works well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you, Geeky. Let me pop back over to my oops, that's the wrong. There we are. Here I am. Alrighty, are we ready for another one? Do we want another presentation? Would we like more? Do you want more? Art thou entertained? Would we like another presentation? Well, our third presentation, our halfway point of the symposium, is by none other than Rosie84. Congratulations, Rosie. Thank you so much for submitting. Thank you. Let us see what you have prepared for all of us lovely folks today. Yeah, if you need to go, you need to go. That's totally fine. But thank you so much for coming, and also thank you so much for your presentation. It was lovely. But now, all right, Rosie, it is time for you to shine. It's gonna go well. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Y'all have such fantastic ideas and such fun little videos. It's always great. Alrighty, yeah, the VOD will be up. Get yourself some sleep. Alrighty. Here we go with Rosie's presentation. Ooh, the Fire Emblem classes. I see.
Hello
Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I cut you off unintentionally. I was trying to get the volume up and it stopped.
and welcome to my symposium. My name is Rosie, and as you can tell, I will be using a text-to-speech to talk. This is both cause I don't have a good mic, and if mine symposium were to get chosen to be shown on the stream, then I don't really want to hear my voice, so I hope you all understand. So anyway, let me explain what I will be talking about today. So, as you all know, we are all Twisted Wonderland fans, and yeah, I know it is like saying that we all like water, but something I also love is the game franchise Fire.
Yeah, you know, that's, yeah. Fair. Yeah, no, you right. Yeah. We all love water. We all love being hydrated. Anyway, yeah, your sprite is adorable too. For sure.
But something I also love is the game franchise Fire Emblem, so I figured that it would be fun to fuse the two and talk about which Fire Emblem class I think each Twisted Wonderland boy would be. But first let me get a few things out of the way. 1. I'm only going to be talking about the boys in the main 7 dorms since I don't think I'll have time for the staff or the event's characters, and 2. I am not a Fire Emblem expert, so I won't be going into stats or skills or any of that stuff.
Cool.
But anyway, let's get started. Let's start with, of course, Heart's Labule, and let's start with our favorite Rage Baiter Ace, and I think he would be the Thief class, but later on, would class promote into the Trickster class. Ace has always been known for his sleight of hand, so the Thief class works great for him since in FE thieves are known for being able to lockpick chests and steal items from enemy units. As for why he would promote into Trickster, it's simply cause I believe it fit him the best. Next is Juice. I mean,
Juice. He's gonna yell at you. Rosie, he's gonna yell at you. I think that works very well. And I'm also super happy that you're not going into stats, because I would have no idea what you're talking about. If you wanted to, you totally could. It'd be fine. I'm sure there'd be other Fire Emblem people that would be super happy about it. But this is good. I like this. I like this a lot. Ace, everyone's favorite rage baiter. Exactly, exactly. Alrighty, Juice. I mean Deuce. I mean, let's just keep going.
Deuce, and I think he would be the martial monk later martial master class. Now I know on the surface it's odd to have Deuce as a healer class, but hear me out. Deuce really want to be a honor student to make up for his past self. So what better way than to be a support unit that can heal his allies? And he would also be able to use Chain Guard, which allows the user to protect another ally. Plus it still let Deuce be able to fight if he really need to, since other healer classes can't fight until they promote. Next is Cater, and he was a little hard since he can fit.
Yeah, that made so much sense for Deuce. For sure, for sure. Because he is, I always feel like he's a much more protective character, to be honest. Yeah, he'll scuffle, sure, but like he at his core, he's very protective. That's why his special magic does what he does. So that seems like a very nice melding of the two. All right, Cater, KK, what we got? What do we got?
Into a lot of classes, but I think Sky Knight then later to Falcon Knight fit him the best. Yes, I know in every other FE game it's called Pegasus Knight, but come on, Sky Knight sounds cooler. Not only can it represent how Cater keeps others at a distance, as he can quite literally be able to fly high enough to keep others from getting too close, but also it can give Cater an emotional support animal in the Pegasus. Next is Trey, and he was so hard, but I decided to go with the Valkyrie class for him. The Valkyrie class is a horseback unit that can heal, and I feel like this can represent how Trey is a big brother figure to those in his dorm and often the one who helped the freshmen in his dorm. But really that all I got. This pick was mostly cause of the vibes. Finally, in Heart's Labule is Riddle, and unlike Cater and Trey, this one was easy. I picked the Dark Knight class for him. It's a horseback magic unit that works for Riddle cause he is both good at magic and he's in the equestrian club, so he already has experience in horseback riding. It also could represent his Overblot since the Dark Knight class can use dark magic, which would be similar to the idea of Overblot being like dark magic. Next is Savannah Claw.
Interesting. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Very fun that like 3 out of the 5 have horses. love that we have a lot of horses in Heartslable. For sure, for sure. But I think that all makes sense. I think that all makes sense. All right, what do we got for Savannah Claw now? Now I'm very curious. I also don't know anything about Fire Emblem, so like I'm learning along with making the connections. But the way you're explaining it, it does make sense for the characters for sure.
And we'll start with Jack, who is one of the hardest to choose since he doesn't use weapons, but I eventually decided on the Wolfskin later Wolfsegner class.
Of course.
Now you may be wondering what in all of Twisted Wonderland is that. Well, the Wolfskin were a special class in FE Fates. They were a species of wolf people who can turn into large wolf beasts. So basically it's just Jack unique magic, but I feel it really fit him well. Plus, it is a physical unit, and that makes so much sense for Jack. Next is Ruggy, and come on, you all knew I was going to choose the Thief class for him, it was obvious, but so that he is different to Ace I would have Ruggy later class promote to the Rogue class instead. Now,
okay.
The Rogue class is just a stronger thief, but the reason I didn't pick Assassin class for Ruggy is cause 1, the Assassin class is more of a combat unit, and 2, Assassins lose the ability to steal items from enemy units and Ruggy would never want that.
Oh yeah.
Lastly, in Savannah Claw is Leona, and I decided to pick a unique class that is the Sentinel class. Like Trey, this pick is mostly cause of vibes because when I saw the class, I thought of Leona, and plus, when I see Leona staff, it looks like a cool lance to me. Now we go under the sea to Octagonal, and
so Leona's a little bit more vibes. But I love that Jack's class is just Jack. I love that his class is just him. He just has a class in Fire Emblem. That just is Jack. That's so funny. That's so ridiculously funny. Oh my god. Oh no! You're right. The name of the music is on the bottom, but I'm on the bottom. Hold on. Nope, that's Azul. Anyway, I'll go up here. We're not quite to Azul yet, Azul. Like, you can't be here quite yet. Oops, I've been covering the music this entire time. Oops. That's on me. That's on me. The first song here, let's go back. The first song is Bloom in the Breeze from Fire Emblem Engage. The second song, is it all the same song for now, or does it change per dorm? I don't.
Idea of Overblock being like
remember.
dark magic. Next is Savannah Claw.
Nope, I paused it too late. There we go. Royal Confidence from Fire Emblem Engage was the Savannah Claus song. No, I saw it in the bottom, but I forgot that I was covering it, so that is on me. Where is Octavinel? All right, this is Leona.
Is
right?
mostly cause of vibes because when I saw the class, I thought of Leona, and plus, when I see Leona staff, it looks like a cool lance to me. Now we go under the sea to Octavinel, and we
Road Taken, and this one is Road Taken for anybody curious about the music. Road Taken from Fire Emblem Fates. Alright, Octavinel. I'm very excited for Octavinel. Very, very much so.
The sea to Octavinel, and we start with Floyd, and I decided to pick the Berserker class for him. Let's be real, Floyd probably has been different classes before but got bored of them and reclassed so often, but I think Berserker worked the best for him since it's a pure physical fighter and I can see Floyd loving the class for that reason. Next is Jade, and unlike his brother, I see him as more of a magic unit, so I picked the Sage class for him.
Ooh.
Those of the Sage class have high speed, which could represent how Jade and Floyd are quite fast underwater, but other than that reason this one is more of a vibe. Lastly is our favorite Leech brother Azul, and I decided to pick the Druid class for our Octopus boy. Now, this class isn't like the D&D class of the same name, so no.
Okay, yeah, that was gonna be my first question. I was like, Druid, interesting. Huh. Never pegged him as that. Okay, it is different. It is different. Got it. Yeah, but the Jade and Floyd being so different was so oh my gosh, I'm not gonna be able to talk. Both of their classes are extremely different, but they fit them so well. I can see it. I can see it. All right, you're gonna explain that. I see now. I see the error of my ways. Let me back it up a little bit so that way we can get the full explanation not cut off. Oh, now I'm in the way of the I'm in the way of the titles. Maybe no, that'll this one. Maybe I'm safe over here. I think I'll be safe over here. I'm gonna stay down over here now.
For our Octopus boy. Now, this class isn't like the D&D class of the same name, so no, Azul can't use plant magic. Instead, the Druid class is a magic-based unit with lower speed but higher HP and defense, which represents how, while Azul isn't the fastest swimmer, he has other things about him that make him great. Plus this class also can use dark magic which like with Riddle could represent Azul Overblock. Now let us go to Scarabia, and we start with our favorite snake boy Jamil.
Hold on. Oh, sorry, Jamil. Hold on. Bright Bolt Sandstorm from Engage. That is the music.
Scarabia, and we start with our favorite snake boy Jamil, and while I think the sorcerer class can work for him, I'm actually going to pick the assassin class. The assassin class is no—
Yeah. That makes sense. I also feel like I've heard the song before. Funnily enough. All right, so what does the assassin do? What assassin do?
Known for both stealth, high speed, skill, and good attack, which I feel fit Jamil a lot. Plus it means Jamil can stay in the shadows away from the spotlight like he normally does. Now, for Colleen, I decided to pick the dancer class and later to the prima class. The dancer is a special class that can give another unit who use their turn already an extra turn, which could represent how Colleen is always wanting to be helpful and like to dance, but also another reason is that in early FE games the dancer class actually couldn't fight, so I thought this fit early game Colleen, and when he promote to Prima it could represent his character development in Book 7. Now we go to Pomfior, and we start with our cute but tough Apple, and I think a good class for him would be the Sky Knight to Wyvern Lord class.
Wyvern Lord? Ooh, Apple's getting a big promotion. Heck yeah, Apple. Also, I didn't say the song name. Where's the song? Where's it at? No Justice from Fire Emblem Fates. Oops, let's not go too fast. My goodness.
Be the Sky Knight to Wyvern Lord class. Now you may be wondering, Rosie, if promoting a class is a class getting an upgrade, then how did a Pegasus turn into a Wyvern? And unfortunately I don't know either, it just happens for some reason. Anyway, I imagine that after Apple lost to Bill, he was forced to be a Sky Knight cause it was a pretty and elegant class which Apple doesn't like at first, but during the events in Book 5 he learns how useful and strong the class can actually be. Then later in Book 6 Bill let him promote into the Wyvern Lord class, which let Apple be stronger but still have that elegant vibe to it, since the Wyverns in this class are more agile and faster. Next is Rook, and originally, I was just going to give him the Sniper class and be done with it, but then I saw one class that I thought would be more fun for Rook, that being the Kinshi Knight class. The Kinshi Knight was a class in FE Fates where the unit used a bow or lance while riding on a giant bird creature called a Kinshi, and I just feel like the second Rook saw a Kinshi he would immediately want one, and the fact he can still use a bow while on it is a bonus.
Heck yeah.
Lastly, for Pompior as my favorite boy, Bill, and for our Poison Queen, I decided to mix two classes together, that being the Malig Master class plus the Lindworm class. Both are classes where the unit ride on a wyvern and both can use magic, but the Malig Master uses axes while the Lindworm uses staves. Since I thought both classes worked for Bill and I was having a hard time choosing either, I eventually decided to mix the two classes into one. To me the class fit Bill a lot, cause not only does it fit his personality, it also can represent how Bill is just as beautiful as he is dangerous. Also the image of Bill on a wyvern is awesome.
Heck yeah.
Next,
Also, if I may also add, that feels so representative of the relationship between Apple and Bill, right? Because Apple is kind of forced to do a lot of stuff early on that he doesn't want to do, and then when he finally comes to terms and all that sort of stuff. So it feels so fitting for Apple to be on the horse first and then get a wyvern, and then he's kind of like Vil but still different, because now they're like on the same wavelength. That I feel like that works thematically too. That just seems like an all around yes. That is exactly how that works. Or like Apple couldn't be trusted with the wyvern until he learned the lessons, and then he was able to do that. That just feels that feels like canon, man. that feels really really appropriate for the two of them. All right, this song is Shambhala from the Three Houses. And we have Ignihide here. The other presentations were really good. They were really really good. We had Lilia and Geeky, and now we are on Rosie.
Got Ignihide, and starting us off is Ortho. Choosing a class for him was a bit hard, but I eventually landed on the War Cleric class. The male version of the class is called War Mum, but I thought War Cleric sounded cooler. The War Cleric is similar to the Martial Master, with both classes being healers, but unlike the Martial Master, which is more of a defensive support class, the War Cleric is more of a combat support class with higher attack and speed, which fit Ortho better, plus the image of little Ortho with a giant axe is too funny to pass up.
Yeah,
now,
fair.
with Idia, he was the hardest one to pick a class for cause Fire Emblem doesn't really have any technology, but I eventually found a class I think can work, that being the Mage Cannoneer class.
Oh heck
yes,
yeah.
This is a real class in a mainline FE game. While it does use cannonballs, I can totally see Idia upgrading it to use magic instead, and I feel this class works because it not only let Idia fire shots from afar, it also an armored class, so even if someone were to try and attack Idia he would have the defense to not take too much damage.
That makes sense. He gets tools, basically. He gets a big thing he can tinker with, for sure. Mole people dubstep? What? Oh, the song? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it did fit Ignihide. All the songs have fit the dorms as well. Like, this is very very well thought out. Very well thought out. All right, what's our song for Diasomnia? Tear Streaked. Uh-oh. Oh no, that sounds sad. Uh-oh. All right, what do we got?
We reached our last dorm, which is Diasomnia, and we'll start with Sebek, and he was one of the easy ones to pick a class for, and I decided to pick the Cavalier class and later the Great Knight class. The Great Knight class is known for being a defensive unit with high HP and defense, and in FE games, characters who are in this class are often protectors or retainers, which fits Sebek very well. Next is our sleepy boy, Silver, and while the Great Knight class can also be good for him, I'm actually going to pick the Paladin class for Silver. Like with the Druid class, It's not like the D&D class of the
Okay.
same name, so Silver doesn't have to make an oath to a god, but instead, the Paladin class is a horseback unit. It high speed, skill, and even pretty good resistance, which I feel fits Silver more. Now, with Lilia, I have
That also works too, because they do function differently as retainers. Like Sabak is definitely more defense focused than Silver is. Silver definitely seems more attack focused. For sure, for sure. So I think that makes a lot of sense for the two of them.
had a hard time trying to pick a class for him, but eventually, I picked the Dark Falcon class. The Dark
He
Falcon
also gets
class
a
is
horse!
similar to the Falcon Knight class, but it's more of a magic unit with higher magic and speed, which I feel fit Lilia a lot more. Also, I like the image of past Lilia going into war riding on a black Pegasus and blasting magic spells at his enemies. Last but not least is Malleus, and I decided to lean more into him being a dragon by picking a special class called the Black Dragon class, but it would functionally be a bit
So Jack is just Jack, and then Malleus is just Malleus. Oh, I love that these exist for them. I'm gonna back it up a little bit because I think I cut you off a little bit, but like, dang man, dang.
him being a dragon by picking a special class called the Black Dragon class, but it would functionally be a bit more like the Man-A-Keep class. So, the Black Dragons were a species of Lagoos who are a sentient race of shapeshifters, and they're considered by far the most powerful of both all the Lagoos tribes and of all mortal creatures in the games they're in, and combine that with them being a black color, it just fits Malleus so well. There is, however, one problem with the class and with the Lagoos class as a whole, that being they can't instantly assume their beast form until their transformation gauge is full, and they're unable to attack when untransformed. This doesn't really work for Malleus, so instead I would have the Black Dragon class work more like the Man-A-Keep class. The Man-A-Keeps wield Dragonstone items in order to fight. They even have access to different types of Dragonstones that let them transform into one of several dragon varieties and different elemental breaths. I figured that this is better for our dragon boy, so he fits both design-wise, lore-wise, and power-wise. With that, I have picked a Fire Emblem class for all of the NRC Bohei. Wait just a second. What the? Grim, where is my class? I want to have one too, it's not fair. Alright, I'll give you one. So for
Heck
Grim,
yeah.
it's a bit hard,
Class,
but I
okay.
thought of a somewhat custom class for him. I'm calling it the Beast Feline class. This class is a mix of the Man-A-Keep class with different breath attacks and a class called the Kitsune class, which are a species of non-human shapeshifting class which uses beast stones to take the form of a mystical fox in battle. But instead of a fox, Grim would turn into a giant cat monster. I feel this class mix with the Man-A-Keep class would make for a class that fits Grim very well. Is this good enough for you, Grim? Yeah, I'm even more awesome now. That is good to hear. Now, with that, I have picked a Fire Emblem class for all of the NRC boys, for real this time. I hope you all enjoyed my symposium. Thank you to you all for listening to my rambling, and thank you, Silvernoct, for allowing me to participate. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.
Thank you for your lovely presentation. That was so well thought out for all of those things. Like everybody's class, every uh every trying to like get to one where they have where it has it on the screen, but apparently I am incapable of doing that. Oh, this is close. This is very close. Hold on. Where Apple? There we are. They were all so thought out, very, very well, and that they all just work. They all just work. And I like that there's all these little connections to their canonical characters and how they function and all those sorts of things. It just makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. And now I know so much more about Fire Emblem. I didn't realize there was that many intricacies. But that's exciting. That's exciting. Yeah, yeah. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Thank you so much for sending in your presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with the class here. It was quite well, quite well, quite well. Yay, applause, a round of applause for Rosie, a round of applause. Please, please. Yeah, that was very interesting. Very very educational as well for me anyway, because I don't know anything about Fire Emblem. Well, now I know things about Fire Emblem. Before I didn't know anything about Fire Emblem. So thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution to the symposium. Alrighty, on to our next presentation, number 4. We have submitted by the wondrous Cecilia. So, what do you have in store for us today? I wonder, I wonder. You're still here, yes? I believe, possibly, potentially, I don't know. I assume you're here. Yes, you are here. Okay, cool. Fantastic, fantastic. Let's see what you have prepared for our entertainment tonight. Oh, good, we're going on vacation. How lovely. Alrighty. For real, for real, for real. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
Ah, romance, love in the air, the most monotone and most slice of life event of the game. But today, I'm here to prove that romance can alleviate Twisted Wonderland just a little bit without, of course, changing the core of the game. To do this, firstly, we have to define what Twisted Wonderland is actually.
Oh, I I hope it's not too quiet for y'all. I'm just putting up the volume a little bit. I'm putting up the volume a little bit. Just in case, just in case. Because I don't think it's as loud as the last couple were. But this is a very interesting
Twisted
concept.
Wonderland,
Oops,
of
not
course,
that far.
prove
Nope,
that
go back.
romance can alleviate Twisted Wonderland just a little bit without, of course, changing the core of the game. To do this, firstly, we have to define what Twisted Wonderland is actually. Twisted Wonderland would be categorized as a Josei Muke Cherege game. Now, what Josei Muke means? It means aimed toward women. And as many people would mix it up with otomes, there is a big difference between the two of them. As Josei Muke is a marketing category and not a specific gameplay genre, Josei Mukes can be romance games, but also rhythm games, idol raising games, and character collection games, such as Twisted Wonderland. Otome games are games where the player takes the role of the main heroine and their choices lead to romantical outcomes. Another definition that I use, Charage, means that the player focuses on all of the cast instead of just one character. To use an example, another game, Obey Me, which also counts as a charage, as the player focuses on all of the cast instead of just one, there is a possibility to turn one relationship or maybe multiple into romantic relationship if the player wishes. Now, using Obey Me as a base, how I imagined that Twisted Wonderland could have romance in it. What if the game had
okay, I see. I see. Yeah, it took me a really long time to realize that Josei Muke wasn't like a genre. It's a demographic. Yeah, but it okay, I see. I see where we're going. I see the wheels turning. I understand the concept. I got it. I think I know. I obviously don't know exactly how it's going to play out, how you're going to tell us. But I do get it. I get it. I see. I see. All right. I see. Let's continue.
romantic interaction events with the characters. Not full dating routes or anything like that, but small, special vignette style moments where the player, could share some personal moments with the boys, similar how players in Obey Me does. These scenes wouldn't be canon to the story. These are simply just what ifs. Like, what if we are dating, maybe either in private or public, that's up to us. So for this video,
Got it. Okay. So it's kind of like Tears of Themis. I've never played Obey Me because I don't want to. It looks cool. It looks fun. I don't want to be summoning entities to by naming them and doing weird things. But okay, so Tears of Themis is very similar from what I understand, because you have like the main story, but the main story is kind of predicated on you not having like a route necessarily. You're just like involved with the guys. But then there's a bunch of cards that have vignettes, and the vignettes are dates, or the vignettes are like, now we're gonna get married. Like they're all like the little alternate timelines of like, well, if I chose this character, then this is what life would be like. So okay, I like that. I like that because then you're not really boxed in a way. So it's yeah. So I interesting. Okay. So I can see it. I can see it happening.
I picked 5 characters and used their already existing vignettes to make up some scenarios that could happen.
Oh, okay.
The characters are Leona King Scholar, Malleus Draconia, Will Schoenheit, Jamil Viper, and Kalim Al Azim. Wait a damn minute.
Oh.
You were so brave.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, wait! It's your OCs! Oh my gosh, hi! I know these people! I know these two! Aha! They rigged the pulling, did they? I see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Kids!
Oh, there they go. They're running off.
Pardon. It seems the character selection wasn't completely unbiased, but we're at this point, so let's just go with it. Now, the technical part first. How these scenes would be unlocked. Well, similarly how in the core game, we would raise the relationship. Well, in the game, it's right now, of course, friendship level. But in this version, let's say it's relationship. So it could be friendship or romantic. How I imagine that the SR cards, so the silver cards, would be more of a ambiguous. So it could be romantic, but it could be also more friendship-like.
Okay.
Now the SSR cards or the gold cards would be the ones that are clearly the romantic stories.
That makes sense, yeah.
And now let's start with these stories. Let's start with one of our poster boy, Mali.
I'm sorry. It's not what you're saying. Like, I'm not laughing at you, but the way that just cut and the bell dinged, it was so funny. It was like, let's begin. Ding. Glorious masquerade. Seriousness. Oh, that was beautiful. I loved that. I loved that so much. Let's watch it again. Let's watch it again.
And now, let's start with these stories. Let's start with one of our poster boy, Malleus Draconia. For Malleus, I chose the Glorious Masquerade event. Because, let's be honest, that event has one of the biggest and most famous Malleus ship moment ever. Now, how did I change the vignette story? Well, 90% the story stays the same, that Malleus is preparing to sing a song for Noble Bell. The ending would be a bit different. After the show, Malleus asks us to walk with him, just the two of us. He asks us to join him for one last city sightseeing walk before we have to return to Nightraven College. Once we are at somewhere quiet, he says he has a gift for us. Another song, which I would imagine would be a Twisted Wonderland version of the song Heaven's Light. And for everybody's sake, I am not gonna sing, just so you know. After the song, Malleus admits that he was scared when the ground collapsed under us and we were almost gone. He even admits that if he would have lost us, it would be a different kind of loneliness from losing someone like Lilia. As he would say, He wouldn't know what to do without his child of man, without his guiding star. Isn't he sweet?
That's very cute.
Now, on to the next boy. Who is it? Well, Leona King Scholar. For Leona, I decided to go with the Fairy Gala vignette. Similarly, while the vignette would be 90% the same as we already know, there would be a few changes. During the gala itself, when the lights are bright and the fairies are watching our boys closely, and some of them are saying some insane things, and Leona not helping the situation because what the heck is that? And you probably hearing those fairies and Leona himself, he notices your expression and suddenly grabs your wrist and pulls you up next to him. You pose alongside with him. Some of the fairies may complain first, but when they see the chemistry, the sparks flying between the two of you, they just cannot take off their eyes from you. And so, the plan can go along. After everything settles down, he glances at you and says, "If I must do this stupid thing, at least I do it with my favorite herbivore." How romantic!
How
At
cute.
least as romantic as Leona can get. Now for our next participant. The
Dang, I'm
diva
sorry. Hold
that
on, Bill. Hold on. The subtle dig at Leona at the end. Oh my gosh. Well, as romantic as he can be. Oh my good my stars. All right. All right. What do we got for Bill? What do we got for Bill now? What's going on here?
Queen Will Schoenheit. For his event, I chose the Tapis Rouge event, which could be a bit difficult to find a romantic spot in it, but I think I did my best. Now onto the event. During the Tapis Rouge event, your job most simple. Stay near Will, help manage the crowd, keep the overly excited friends from getting too close. During the walk on the red carpet, you notice that while the others are pretty spread out doing their job, Will keeps you near close to him.
Oh.
After all, you know that Will wouldn't jeopardize his career as a model and actor by dating a magicless person. Yet here we are, Will holding you close, even with the cameras around. During an interview, when somebody asks who we are, as in us the player and the others, asking as if we are another model, Will simply says we are someone who has been supporting him for a while and he is ever so grateful for that. After the premiere, on the way home, Will noticed your expression that you're still thinking of about what he said, that he is grateful to you of supporting him. He walks to you and says in private, "Walk with confidence. After all, you are the one I chose to stand beside me today." Oh, so
Dang.
fabulous as always, Will.
I listen, Bill says that to me. I am riding that high for the rest of my life, man. Doesn't even have to be romantic. If you get that sort of praise or compliment from Bill, oh my gosh, oh my stars. No one is going to be able to tear down my confidence after that. There's no way. Didn't you know that Bill said this to me? Oh my goodness. My.
Fabulous as always, Will. But we still have two left to go. Our next boy is Gemini Viper. He shall visit Silk City during the Firelit Sky event. Before the fireworks begin in Silk City, Jamil offers to guide you, Grim, Trey, and Malleus through the market so everyone can find the souvenirs to bring back home. Along the way, he shows you places most visitors wouldn't notice. During this walk, you learn more about him from different people, how they see Jamil as a child. As everyone's slowly getting their places to watch the fireworks show, Jamil leads you to a quiet place.
Ooh.
Somewhere where he says the show can be seen more beautifully than anywhere else. He
Oh.
says this was one of the few places where he could hide from everybody, where he could be alone, he could be himself. The fireworks begin overhead, while the two of you watch from that quiet spot together. But Jamil's eye slowly wanders to you. Will you still keep watching the fireworks? And he thinks to himself, it's strange. I didn't expect you to come back here. It's someone so special. You can be a softy, Jamil, if you want to. Speaking of soft, at last but not least,
Man, these hard cuts are killing me. They're so good. I love them. Speaking of soft, here's Playful Land and all of the upbeat and all of the but yeah, nah, that works for Jamil too. That again, it feels like such a wholesome moment. You know, it's like it come down on the romance hard cut. We gotta see. Cecilia knew what she was doing. We can't if we have a slow transition to the next one, we're still gonna be in the daydream of the romantic event before. So we have to have the hard cut to snap us out of it so we can focus on the next one. It works so well and they're so fun and it's very enjoyable. It's not a bad thing at all. I think it works so well. But some of these men are just so funny. The Malleus one and this one is just the mwah, chef's kiss. It's beautiful, and it is a palate cleanser, and it gets you out of what you just heard to be ready for what you're gonna hear. It's beautiful.
Halim a sim. For his case, I chose the playful land vignette story. Because if anyone would turn a whole theme park visit into a special memory just for you, it would be Colin. At Playful Land, Colin spends almost the entire day making sure everybody else is having fun. He runs from ride to ride, he invites people to games, shares snacks with everyone he sees, and somehow he still has energy to keep going. Eventually, though, he finds you and pulls you away from the crowd for a little while. He tells you there is one thing he really wants to do today, and it's simply spending some time with you. So that's what you two do. Going to rides, sharing snacks, simply having a good time. After a while, Colin just laughs and looks at you with those big bright eyes and says, today was fun because it was with you. So next time, let's go somewhere together again, but just the two of us. Then he acts like he's thinking for just a moment and says, oh, maybe I should ask Dad to build us a park, just for the two of us. Oh, Kalim, you never change, even when you're in love. And with these done, I think I am done with this topic as well. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm not gonna talk about Mr. Wonderland having potential romance here and there.
Oh, we got even more OCs. I don't know these people quite as well. I will readily admit I knew the first two. I don't know these people as well. Yeah, I understand Kalim's sentiment, to be honest, but it would make me so uncomfortable for him to spend that much money on me, not gonna lie. For me personally. But it is a cute little moment for Playful Land for sure. But the OCs! The OCs! Oh my, oh my.
Because let's be honest, there is enough possible romance for everyone if they want to see that, of course. I hope you all enjoyed it. Bye bye!
Thank you. Oh, this was lovely. This was so fun. I enjoyed this a lot. And I think your idea works very well for the type of game format that Twist is. This was great. This was fantastic. Round of applause. Round of applause for Cecilia. Thank you so much for submitting a presentation to the symposium. And it was very enjoyable. It was very, very enjoyable. What a good time! What a good time! My oh my oh my. I feel like I made a lot of my commentary during. I don't know that I have too much else to say in this particular moment. Again, your editing was top notch. Your OC's doing things was great. I do think that all the scenarios work very well for the specific, intention and how they would end up working. I also completely unrelated, but since Vil is here, I didn't know that there was poison apples in the underlining of the curtains. I thought it was just like shiny purple, but there's apples in there. There's so many little apple details. I didn't know that was a thing until he popped up, and I didn't want to say it before because it would have broken the lovely story that you were telling. But since he's here now, that's cool too. The romance worked really well. The romance was great. Again, I think it would be so easy, and it just worked so well for all of the stories that you picked. I love it. I love it. I love the idea. There's Mal. Yes, this one. That guy. Leona. Yeah, no, they're apples. They're little poison apples. Okay, now we gotta find Vil. They're apples. There's like this filigree stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, okay. So it's got like some. I didn't know there was. This is an apple right here. You see, there's a little stem, and then you have the relative shape of the apple, and then you have the little eye, and then the little nose hole for the skull, and then I guess this is teeth down here. But yeah, it's an apple. It's an apple. It's an apple. He was there in more than just spirit. But yeah, no, again, if Vil said those words to me, I'd be riding that high for the rest of my life, 110%. Jamil's was really cute. Leona's was also cute. Kaleem's was cute too. I personally would not be able to handle the ending. And then Malleus's, oh, that just seems like such a little Malleus thing. Yeah, exactly. As romantic as Leona can get. Oh boy, oh boy. Again, thank you so, so much for your lovely idea and your lovely presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. Round of applause. All right, shall we go on to our next presentation? We have number 5. Number 5. We have from Black-Eyed Angel 94. Give it up for Black-Eyed Angel 94. Thank you so much for submitting a presentation to the symposium. I'm very excited to see what you have in store for us today. So what have you prepared? I assume you're still here. Yay, you're still here. Okay, good. Alrighty, let us see what you had to say or do and think. Ooh, okay. All right. Before I start, is there a position I should be in before I start this? I feel like this corner is pretty safe. But who's to say? Who is to say? I think I'll probably be fine here, but if you do have a preference, let me know. There is fine. Okay, perfect. All right. Then let us begin the show.
Hi, I'm Chris, and my topic is how each boy created their signature spell. This presentation has content up to book 7.5.
Hold on. I'm gonna make you a little quieter, just because it looks like it's peaking in OBS.
So spoilers ahead. In this, I will not be talking about certain characters since they developed their signature spell through the main story, Deuce, Ace, and Apple, don't have magic, Ortho, or was explained in the main story, Lilia and Jack. So signature spells are spells unique to its user and something that they can only do, their specialty. Riddle Roseheart's signature spell is Off With Your Head. This spell places a collar around the victim's neck and nullifies their magic. It's stated that Riddle perfected the spell at age 10. I suspect that Riddle created this spell because perhaps someone in his grade school used magic to break the rules, say open a cookie jar to grab a cookie when they were supposed to be napping, or something like that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, victims, indeed. That makes sense. I could totally see that happening for Riddle, for sure. Poor boy sees somebody not doing their homework and is like, off with your head. I see. All right, Trey, overriding the object's characteristics. How did he get this?
spell is Paint the Roses. He's able to overwrite an object's characteristics temporarily. Maybe he discovered this spell when he was baking and he accidentally burnt it, so to cover it up, he created this spell and made it seem like he baked it perfectly. Split card is Gator Diamond's signature spell, allowing him.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Little kid make mistake. Yep. All right, split card. I'm very curious about this one. What you think happened with Gator?
To create duplicates of himself. Since Gator's family moved around a lot and Gator wasn't able to create lasting friendships, I think he made himself his own best friend. If there's one thing constant in your life, it's you. Otherwise, I think he created this spell to make his clone deal with his sister's shenanigans while he was back in his room or elsewhere.
Yeah, that feels like sibling behavior for sure. That works for Gator. This makes total sense. I can see it. I see it clearly now. It is sad, but it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Leona Kingscolor's King's Roar signature spell turns things to sand. Perhaps Leona wanted to destroy the monarchy. If there was no royalty-based / born-first system, maybe he could have been king. Or he simply could have wanted to destroy his brother so he could take the throne. Very Star-like. Ruggy Poochie's signature spell is
so much angst. So much angst between the two of them. My oh my oh my. It does make sense though. It does. I can see it. For sure.
Scar-like. Ruggy Poochie's signature spell is Laugh With Me. He is able to replicate his movements onto someone else. Perhaps there was money or a lovely fresh baked bread on the windowsill. If only he could reach it. So imagine. He mimed the owner knocking over the bread into his waiting arms, and lo and behold, the bread was there in his hands.
Oh.
Azul Ashengrotto's signature spell is It's a Deal. This spell allows Azul to grant
I see. Yeah, that would work real good for Ruggy. Or like maybe he was running from the cops and he was like, if I just make them stop, then they'll stop. Or if I make them go turn left down this street instead, it'll give me time because they'll have to double back. I can totally see that happening for sure. Grants the victim's wish. Well, hey, wait a minute. We gotta talk about this wording. I don't think Azul would have signed off on the PR release if it hadn't that.
Wish the victim in exchange for something valuable of theirs. He created this spell because he was spiteful. He wanted revenge on those who mocked and bullied him. What goes unsaid, though, is that he didn't want to be seen as the crybaby octopus boy anymore. He made himself useful. Shock the Heart is Jade Leech's signature spell that allows him to put his victim under a truth.
We're all victims. We're all victims. Oh, bye. My. Floyd is also gonna have victims, huh? Wording was intentional. Oh, I'm sure the wording was very intentional. I mean, you're not wrong. I think from a marketing perspective, Mr. Ashton Grotto might want to have a couple of words with you. Jade, I don't think cares. Jade, I think is like, yeah, hell yeah, victims. Yep.
Spell as long as they look into his left eye, and it can only be applied once and only once on a person. If we go with the Leech family as part of the Mafia, perhaps he created this spell to help the family, gather info or intel from victims who will never be seen again. Otherwise, maybe he heard merfolk bad-mouthing Azul, and he went up to them to gather their insecurities and gave them to Azul. Floyd Leech's Bind the Heart signature spell repels spells. Perhaps since he was the first to acquire his magic, he wanted to protect his family, and since he hadn't learned any offensive magic yet, he defaulted to defensive. But perhaps since his signature spell can also be dependent on his moods, he thought it'd be funny if he was able to fling a person's spell back at them or make them intentionally miss.
That works really well, but I have to pause here because the cat is eating a wire and they're nomming and I need them to stop. Stop. What are you doing? Huh? What do you have in your mouth? Oh no, you cannot have that. That's a twisty tie. You cannot have that. No. No. No, stop. Never mind. It's not a twisty tie. She's not dying. It was it was one of the little ties that I had on my cables. That it's the it's the serial number tag. It's just a tag. It's a tag. It was a tag. She got it near a twisty tie and then and then was trying to eat the tag. She's not eating the twisty tie. I don't think. Hold on. Don't you can't eat that. Stop. Hi, Gina. Get out of there, Bella. Get out. Out. Away. Away. Good girl. Out. Out. There you go. Play with the sock. The sock is nice. The sock won't kill you. There you go. Okay. Okay. Crisis averted. A twisty tie. You know those like when you go to the grocery store and they have the little plastic baggies, and sometimes they have like those little like paper things that you can pull that have a wire in the middle, and you take that and you twist it to tie off your bag. That's a twisty tie. I don't know what their official name is, but you twist it to tie, so therefore it's a twisty tie. And so like if you have cables and stuff, you can use those little things to like twist around them and all that sort of stuff. Shit, but that's like metal. So if she ends up eating it, that'd be a very bad time. She was instead playing with the tag that she ripped off one of the wires. That was not that. It's a plastic tag, which she also shouldn't eat, but it's not nearly as bad as her eating metal. So, but now Gino's over here. Now they're distracted. We're good to continue. It's gonna be a good time. So I gotta talk to Sylv though about this wire thing, man. I really do. He's rubbing off on the kittens, and he's a bad influence. My oh my oh my. Alrighty. But yeah, I think that works for Floyd too. Did we get information about Floyd being the first one to develop his unique magic? I don't remember reading that, but I think that's what you said, yeah. I think. Yeah, they're safe now. It's all okay. It's a good thing I caught it. I was like, what the heck? And so now we can continue. Now we can. Oh, an eternity float. Is that really where that happened? Oh, I don't remember. I didn't remember, but okie dokie. Alright, cool. Before Jade, at least. Yeah, for sure. I assumed that much. But I forgot it was part of that event. Alright, cool.
Kaleem Alasim's signature spell is called Oasis Maker. Our sunshine boy makes it rain. Admittedly not the most powerful or useful of spells, but it suits Kaleem. I think he created this spell when he learned that in the past water was hard to come by, so he thought, what if people didn't have to go thirsty and could just have water? As he is a very generous boy overflowing with money, he wanted to provide the people with overflowing, fresh, crisp, clean water. Snake Charmer is Jamil Viper's signature spell, and it allows him to mind control someone as long as they make eye contact with him. I feel Jamil created this spell out of frustration. Why can't he take control of his own life, his family status? If only he could be the one in control. Vil Schoenheit's signature spell, Fairest One of All, allows him to place a curse on an objects or poison objects. I have to wonder if Vil's co-workers in the showbiz tried to steal his meals or his beauty products. So in typical office fashion, he poisoned his own food/products to catch the culprit. Vil is very serious about his diet and skincare routine.
Dang. You know what? That makes sense, because people could have tried to sabotage him too. It could have been like a Mean Girl situation where they try to swap out the protein bar or whatever. I can totally see that. For sure.
Rook Hunt finds his target no matter what with his signature spell, Arrow of Far. It makes sense that he created this spell for hunting, but I wonder if he lost a target once because he accidentally fell asleep and his target wandered away. Idia Shroud's signature spell is unique. Gate to the Underworld is an inherited spell because of his family curse, which allows him to open the gate that houses many dangerous phantoms. I do wonder if the game set match part of the spell is his own spin on it. Malleus Draconia's Fey Maleficent's signature spell.
You know what? It probably is, to be honest. Yeah, because even though he has it hereditarily, there's got to be like something that makes it unique to him, right? There's got to be something. Because I think they talk about in 7.5 that like every person's magic is like a fingerprint. So there has to be like an element of it. He just said it just so he could sound cool. Listen, I feel like there has to be an element of it that is unique to him, even though it is his familial curse. I feel like that would have to be true, given what they say in book 7.5, and given that unique magic is supposed to be unique to the person. So even though he's forced to like have it, he I feel like that's definitely part of like him. For sure, for sure.
Puts his victims to sleep. It is not confirmed that he is directly descended from Maleficent, but his signature spell may also be inherited. If it's not inherited, I would think that he created this spell because the castle might have been too loud at some point, and as a young child who couldn't control his magic, created a large one that put everyone in the castle to sleep. Or perhaps, in a rare instance, Sylv couldn't sleep as an infant and Malleus created the spell to put him to sleep. According to the wiki, Malleus' signature spell is an energy field of thorns, which can be altered by Malleus. I wonder then if Malleus, stuck in the castle, created this spell to keep himself occupied. Like, he created a realm of his own imagination. Sylv's signature spell is Meet in a Dream. This spell allows him to dream hop, but it only works when he's sleeping and he knows that he's dreaming. Perhaps during one of his dreams, he wanted to know what his father was dreaming about. While he can't specify who he visits, I figured in this instance he was able to visit Lilia's dream. I also wonder if this allowed him to map out areas in school or at home since he's not as sleepy when he's dreaming. Sebek Sigvolt's signature spell, Living Bolt, allows him to move lightning fast. He turns his body into lightning to move across distances in an instant. Unfortunately, he hasn't mastered it enough that he paralyzes himself afterwards. He created the spell before he arrived at NRC, and I think he did so because he wanted to quickly catch up with the others. As the youngest, he was probably usually left behind, so to not be left behind anymore, he created this to be on par with the others. Also, he can get to his liege's side quicker with this spell. Chenya, Artemievich Pinker, is a Cheshire cat with a signature spell, Not All There. Chenya can make his body disappear. Not invisible, physically not there. Like the Cheshire cat, Chenya is a mischievous creature, and I think he created this spell because he wanted to prank people. Rollo Flam's signature spell is Darkfire, which engulfs his entire body in flames. I assume the spell is a trauma response to his brother dying in magical flames.
Oh, 110%.
But also that he detests himself for having magic and should burn in hell.
Oh my gosh. He like legitimately for Rollo, I think he had so much energy behind his brother's death and just so much emotion that it absolutely manifested in exactly what Rollo did not want to have happen. And now he's just stuck with it and it torments him. I can see that 100%. I also wonder if because his brother died in a fire that the brother conjured, if their familial line is very good with fire magic, right? In which case it could have been like something that he couldn't avoid. It could have been it could have been a genetic spell that he just absolutely hates. And maybe his brother was able to do it, right? And was trying to do this one, but then just it got out of control. Because I think what happens with this is that you have to be afraid of it to hurt you. So if all of a sudden they became afraid of it, then that could have hurt them. So I feel like maybe that's why, and maybe but then when you manifest it, and then you have it, and then it's the same thing. That oh my gosh, the amount of eggs. Oh boy, that would be a wild time. But yeah. But yeah, no, I agree for sure. It absolutely is a response to the trauma in some way, shape, or form. Anyway, Ernesto's up next.
Magic and should burn in hell.
Hi, Ernesto.
Ernesto Falworth is a charismatic guy who can charm you in the right direction with Life is Fun. I believe his signature spell was created early in life as he had to sweet talk his way around the world. He's a dangerous salesman. Scary Night is Scully J. Graves' signature spell. He loves Halloween so much that his signature spell turns things to pumpkins. I have to imagine that someone bullied him about Halloween, that Scully turned them into a pumpkin in retaliation.
Wait, yeah, no, that makes so much sense. Wait. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, that tracks. That absolutely tracks. Oh my gosh. Poor Victorian child got bullied about Halloween and then turned them into a pumpkin. Exactly. His October 31st is what it's called in JP, which is just so funny. But that makes so much sense. Yeah, Scully's not spoilers anymore. Anything past Scully is a spoiler, so please do not mention. The no spoiler rule exists here as well for JP content. So he remembered the date so much that his unique magic became the date. I guess. I mean, it is his whole life, basically, so.
I like to think that he can turn other things into pumpkins and not just people. These are my speculations on how the boys create their signature spells. Thank you for listening.
Yay! Thank you so much. Oh, this was very entertaining. I'm so sorry that the kitties ended up disrupting the presentation, but this was so nice. I agree with you for like 99% of them. You just make sense. It makes sense for the characters. It makes sense how they got it. I do think Leona's was inherited. You can go back real quick. I think his is inherited. I've seen people talk about how he's inherited, but I'd also I think could make sense if he's if the line of kings has had many second sons and they've all been salty about being the second son, it could make sense then that genetically somehow all of the second sons end up with the salty spell. It could make sense in that way, which would be very tragic, but also kind of funny. But yeah, it was great. It was a great presentation. I agree with all of your thoughts. I think it works out so very, very well. Jack's grandfather has the same spell. Oh, okay. When do we learn that? I think he talks about it at some point. I'm pretty sure. It's like book 3 or something. But all the second sons are salty and Sandy. Wonder about the second or first daughters. Yeah, I have no idea. 7.5. Does Jack say it in 7.5? I thought he would have mentioned it like in book 3 because they feel like they talk about his spell afterwards. Hi, Gino. Do you want up on the lap? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. A round of applause to Black Eyed Angel for their lovely presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very, very lovely. Gino, don't play with the wires. Good Lord, I gotta really talk with Silver now because this is getting a little ridiculous. Oh my. He was snapping somewhere else and then she was in here and then when I started moving her around he was like, "Oh, there's life in there." Come here, you little stinker. Ah! There we are. Now we can cuddle. Yeah. Now you have attention. That's what you wanted, right? Yeah, you're not moving. You're not squirming. So he he just wanted attention. Alrighty, well, thank you so much for this lovely presentation. As I said before, it was very insightful. I agree with a lot of your picks. And now it is time for last but not least our presentation number 6, submitted by the lovely Grey Athena 24. Thank you again so much for adding this lovely little presentation, for submitting your thoughts for our entertainment tonight. I did get 2 kittens at once. You're correct. I do have 2 toddlers. I do in fact have 2 toddlers, and they are toddlering. Which is again why they have to be locked up if I'm out of the house, because they cannot be trusted on their own. Because they will toddler and they will stick their mouths onto anything and they will eat everything. Because they are in fact toddlers. Alrighty. Gray, are you here, Gray Athena? Are you here? You are in fact here. You're not. Yeah, I mean, you are last, but it's fine. It's fine. We save the best for last. Alrighty. Let's see what you have in store for us today. Welcome. Thank you. Also, since you are here, am I in a good spot? Is my avatar in a good spot? I just want to double check before we start. Let's see. How do we handle 2 toddlers? I mean, they're fairly good. They entertain each other most of the time. They go after each other a lot. They play with each other a lot. They play on me all night. You know, they do keep each other entertained. They do work in that way. But you know, it's a little bit easier actually for them because they get that extra statement. You cannot go on the desk. I was putting you on my lap to be on the lap. You can't go on the desk. Bottom right works better? Okay, perfect. I will scoot myself over there. There we are. I see. Thank you. All right, Gino, if you're going to try to go on the desk, you're going to have to go on the floor. And he chose floor on his own. All right, perfect. They crave the desk, but I have too many things on my desk. My jade Cuposket has gotten decapitated more than once because the kittens have jumped on the desk. So we really can't have them up there. We really can't. Alrighty. He's hungering for something. What are you doing? Oh, you guys are playing. All right, they're playing. They're chill. They're playing. The two of them are playing. It's what Jade would want. They have something against Octavinelle, or I just have too many Octavinelle things because they were knocking over the boxes for my Nendroids. They're decapitating my Cuposkets. I think she was on here earlier today and she knocked one of the eel stands over. Like they're they're being constantly attacked by kittens. Anyway, we're on to Grey Athena's presentation. This is the last one of the evening, but it will surely be a good one, so let us see what there is to see. Please don't eat the wires. Oh my gosh. Guys, you were so good for 90% of this. They're getting so antsy. All right. Anyway, here we go. I have to read. We are going.
Welcome to my little symposium presentation on Twisted Wonderland sock designs. I'm very into Twisted Wonderland, and I'm also very into knitting, so I figured the best way to combine.
No, they pulled my mouse. I'm so sorry. This is not what you deserve. You spent so much time and energy putting into this symposium presentation. I am so actually terribly sorry. The kittens are disturbing it this much. They yoinked my mouse. Guys, come on. Gino, stop it. Hey, Gino. No. What are you guys doing? Get out of there. Stop it. Let me remove them from behind the computer, and then they'll probably stop chewing on the wires. Scoop. I got you. No, you're mine. You're mine now. You're mine. You can't be under there and eating the wires. I don't know. You're gonna end up eating something you really don't like. Come on, Gino. Out. 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 Oh. Go get her over there. Go fight her over there. Away from the wires. Go. Go. Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay, they're fighting behind me now. Perfect. The kittens want screen time. All right. You are making socks. Socks are so exciting. I am so excited for the socks. I cannot wait.
Sock designs. I'm very into Twisted Wonderland, and I'm also very into knitting, so I figured the best way to combine these two loves was to make a series of socks based on the dorms and characters in Twisted Wonderland. This presentation is going to be a walkthrough of basically my design process for each set of socks.
Yay!
So first up, I want to do some design guidelines. These are just intended to keep all the socks kind of like looking cohesive and as part of an actual set. So the first rule is every dorm gets one sock pair, and each character has one symbol per sock. All the color work is going to be done on the leg of the sock. So color work is a term for knitting where you're knitting with multiple colors in the same row, like you see here. If you look where the arrow is pointing, it's pointing to where the color work will be. Each of the symbols that you see there, so like the little gold dots, the little white squares, is going to be an actual symbol for a character in the actual sock designs. The second rule is that every dorm gets one primary color, which is the base sock color, and then every dorm gets one secondary color for the heel, or the cuff, the heel, and the toe. Each dorm can have a maximum of 4 colors present in the sock. So as you can see, this sock here has light blue for the primary, gold for the secondary color, and some white in the colorwork as a tertiary color. They could also have one more color as like the 4th color, but I don't want to go too much over that, because then the designs get less cohesive. The third rule is that you can't have more than 2 colors per row, so base and 1 additional. If you look at the colorwork section of this sock, you'll see that there's gold dots on the blue and then white squares in the blue. There won't be say a square with a gold dot in it, because that would make it very complicated to manage all the colors, and I'm not that great at colorwork anyway.
I
The
see.
fourth
Okay.
rule, all the socks must be the same length around, so the same number of stitches per row. In this case, it is 80 stitches per row, but they may vary in the number of rows per leg. So they have to be the same length around, but they don't have to be the same up and down length.
Oh, okay.
And then the fifth rule, all socks are being knit top down using the same basic pattern, which is Sock Along by Winwick Mom. You can find that free online. If you're looking to knit socks, I definitely recommend using that as a starting pattern. It's very good and very thorough, very big walkthrough. So now that we've got the basic rules out of the way, I'm going to show you each of the dorms, starting with Hartslebule.
Oh my
For this
gosh.
dorm, I knew obviously I wanted to have the theme be around card suits. They're very simple motifs to distinguish each character, and they're not that hard to translate into simple pixel designs. So first off, up at the top, I added in this little decorative motif because it's going to be coming off of the red cuff. I wanted it to look kind of like the cuff was dripping down into the sock with little
Oh, that's so cool for the dripping roses. This is so neat. This is really pretty. Just before you get into the rest, this is so cool. This is awesome.
little paint drips onto the white. And then beneath that we have our red motif, so that's a heart for Ace and a diamond for Cater. I initially considered having each of the boys be on their own separate line, but it would have made the sock kind of long. So I ended up just having them be a freshman and a junior on each line, which I thought was also kind of cute. And then on the next row, obviously our black motif, there's Deuce and Trey. Spade for Deuce, Clover for Trey. I went back and forth on the Clover design. It looks a little wonky here, but it looks better on the actual sock. And then I decided to do crowns for representation of Riddle. I considered roses, but I think crowns translate better into this design, and they also translate a little bit better with the card motif than anything else, because they represent kind of the king or the queen in the cards. And then right at the bottom, I did a yellow and black decorative element to kind of make it seem more like Hartslebule and not just generic card-themed dorm. So I added a black and yellow striped segment. It's supposed to be kind of the this striped segment on Riddle's dorm uniform. And it adds an element that pulls in more yellow and black elements and keeps the sock from being too red and white. Obviously, the main body of this sock will be white, and it'll have a red cuff, heel, and toe. So that's the Hartslebule design. And up next, we have Pom
Oh my
Fior. That's right, not
gosh.
Savannah.
Oh my god, look at the little apples. Look at them. They're so cute. Oh, I love them. And there's chains. And there's chains for the basement. I love that you included the chains for the basement. I don't know if that's what they are, but that's what they look like to me. Just off the cuff of this. My good, oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, we're not, but we didn't go to Savannah Claw, which is quite interesting. So I'm gonna let you explain why we are not in Savannah Claw.
Claw. My design process meant that I was just going in the order of whichever dorm I had the most ideas for next. So I ended up having more ideas for Pom Fior than Savannah Claw. They ended up being one of the last dorms that I ended up doing.
Gotcha.
So moving on to the actual design details, Pom Fior was a little harder to pick out colors for than Hartslebule. Purple was the obvious background choice, and then I added red and gold since those are really strong accent colors. At the top, I added this little gold chaining element just for some decoration because it's kind of similar to what they have on their dorm uniform.
It's the basement chains. I'm convinced it's the basement chains. You said chaining element, it is now the basement chains. It is somewhat reminiscent of the cord, I think, right? Don't they have gold cord? They have red cord. I can't remember, but they have cords on their dorm uniform for sure that I do know exist. I just don't remember what color they are, so it could be that. But my brain is so stuck on the basement. I don't know why.
And then I added a little red apple for Apple. who's our little apple boy. I added a little face on it just to kind of give like the poison apple motif specifically. Initially, I considered making the apple like lime green, kind of like the representing the poison a little bit more. But lime green isn't a color that really appears anywhere in Comfior's dorm at all. Like it's all purple, gold, black, white. It's red. It's not got any lime green, so I figured it wouldn't fit very well with the color motif. So I just left it as red. Next up, I gave Rook arrows, obviously. I considered adding bows in as well, but they just don't translate as well on such a small scale. And I added
fair.
little oval shapes between the arrows, which is both to add a little extra design element and also to represent kind of like eyes for Rook's I see you spell. And then right
Oh,
at the
smart.
bottom, we have Vill's motif, which is also a crown. But this one I made look a little bit more like a tiara than like Riddle's crown, which is a little bit more of like a standard like king crown. You'll also notice I broke a rule technically here. He does have little red spots in the middle of all the purple and the gold. But I just figured that it would bring in the red of Apple's apple a little bit more. And it would make the design a little bit more balanced overall. So I thought it would be good to have it there, and it's a small enough element that I can go back and stitch it in later instead of having to carry the red along with everything else.
Ah, I see.
And then
Yeah,
obviously a repeat
that
of
makes
like that
sense.
gold chaining at the end. As for the black lines here, I initially wasn't sure whether or not I wanted to have them be like white or not. There is white in the Pomfior dorm uniforms. You can see it here, but it's not as much as the
Oh,
black. So I ended
there
up
you
just
are.
swapping.
Yeah, so you're right. So the black is much more prominent. And I do think that it adds more contrast between the sections. For sure, for sure. I also really like the red. I do think that you needed it to tie in the apple. Otherwise, it would have been way too much gold. I personally. But yeah, okay, so the chords are red. All right. They're not gold like I thought they were. But they do have these little gold thingy mabobbers. So like maybe yeah, basement chains though. Basement chains. But yeah, this design is so cute. Oh, I like both of them. They're so fun.
It and taking it back to the black design. Um, and that's the main design. I'm not sure what I want the accent color to be. I think it might be red, just because black's the only other really color I would want to go with. And I think that black is going to be showing up in a lot of other socks. So we'll kind of look at that when that time comes. But next dorm is Diasomnia. I had a few less ideas for what I wanted to do with this. I ended up going with some
Ah!
briars at the top, which I'm not sure I'm happy with. We'll see how it looks in the actual sock. And then I had a lot of debate as to what motifs I wanted to use for each character. So Lilia was always going to be a bat, Malleus was going to be a dragon, but I went back and forth on what I wanted to do for Silver and Sebek. Initially, I considered doing Silver like as a little bird, like one of the ones from his Dreamway, and putting him on the same line as Lilia, but that never ended up working out super well. It just didn't look right. So I ended up just having Lilia be on his own separate row as a bat. And then because Silver gets a sword motif very often, I put him on the same row as Sebek, so they could be kind of like the sword and shield together, like they are in a book 7.
That's
So
so
Sebek's shield
cute.
does have a little lightning bolt symbol on it, so at least it
Ah!
brings in that element. And then of course I added some fire, some sparklies, and then we have Malleus as the bottom. He's got his horns here, and then his little trident tipped tail, to kind of like he's peeking out over the edge of the socks. So obviously Diasomnia socks are going to be light green with black accents. And now that we're done with Diasomnia, we can move on to
Oh.
Ignihide.
Hold on, wait,
I'm
hold
really
on. Wait, hold on here. This is so cute. I like this a lot. I like the bat motifs. I really do. And I like that Malleus has his little magic sparkly thingy mabobbers, his little fire. His little fire. It's so fun. It's such a fun little time. Okay. All right. We're not playing with the wires. We're playing with the box. Sorry about that. That was on me. I hooked the wire from my headphone up higher, and then I went and moved, and then everything fell. Um, but I think the Diasomnia works out quite good. I think it works quite good. The Insomnia would be perfect with purple trim at the top. Oh, yeah, I could kind of see that. Because they have the purple accents in all the dorm uniforms. It's like black, purple, and the lime green. Yeah, these are all beautiful, beautiful socks. All these designs are so good. Also, the Ignihide one looked fantastic. Well, let's get back to where that was. Here we are. All right, perfect.
Now that we're done with the Insomnia, we can move on to Ignihide. I'm really happy with how this one came out. Actually, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do in the beginning, but I like where it went.
I love it.
I knew I wanted to represent Ortho as his little like flame symbol that comes up in his little coffin motif that shows up at the loading screen, and then I knew I wanted Idia to have like a little floating skull thing that's also his motif, and it's where he keeps like his little mage stone when he's in his dorm uniform. And then in between them, I ended up putting like a dog head because I wanted a symbol to symbolize both of them, and I felt like this head kind of fit because it represents Cerberus, which is, you know, part of the Ignihide dorm logo, and it also sort of represents Styx as well, like the Cerberus system from Styx. And also I thought the dog's head could potentially represent Orthrus, which is a two-headed dog that shows up in Greek mythology, which I thought would be cute for the two brothers. The Ignihide sock is going to be a blue sock, probably with gray accents. I could do light blue, we'll see. But on that note, it is time to go into Scarabia.
Oh so for the Scarabia, gosh, look at the snakes! Look at the snickety snacks! Look at them! Look at them go! Oh, I love them. I love them so much. And you have these cute little lanterns and and you have the flames from the dorm uniforms, and you got the little like sashy thing going on. Oh, this is so fun.
Sock, I ended up doing like a flame pattern right at the top. So that's kind of to represent like the flame pattern that Jamil has on his dorm uniform, on his pants specifically, and I think he also has it on like his sweatshirt. And then I added little snakes to represent him here. And I also, the little jewel in the middle is supposed to represent like his hair dangly thing that he has in his dorm uniform as well. Kaleem was a little bit harder. I wasn't sure exactly what symbol to put for him. He doesn't have a ton of like really specific symbology for him. I ended up going with like a little sunshine symbol in the middle because he's like a sunshine boy. And then I put in 2 lamps, so like kind of like genie lamps, because I guess Kaleem kind of to me is a little bit like a wish granter. And also like he represents that struggle like between freedom and, you know, keeping Jamil trapped and all that. So he's kind of like Jamil's lamp in a way. And then I added some little symbols for gold and a little swirly at the end, which kind of represents like little gold and like his magic, his light magic here. And then a little bit of a motif at the bottom to represent this part of their dorm uniform that I don't understand why it's there, but I wanted to represent it anyway. And then moving on, we have Octavinyl.
Oh, and it's monochromatic for Octavinyl. Ooh, well, not monochromatic. Sorry, that's not the right word. It's two-tone. It's two-tone for Octavinyl. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I truly cannot speak today. I like it. I like it. I want this one. Can I have 5 of them? There's eels. There's eels in a shell, and there's the little pen with the fish bones, and you got tentacles, you got bubbles. Ah! Oh, I love it. I love it so much.
Now, so this is one of 2 designs, only 2 colors. In theory, I could have done purple, gray, and white or purple, gray, and black, but I felt like that made it too messy, so I just went for a simpler design. So I ended up doing a bunch of bubbles at the top, and then I did the twills, kind of similar to the way I did Jamil's snake, but they're facing away from each other to kind of represent like how they look in their little coffin motifs, and then the little bubbles in the shell in the middle, like Ursula's contract necklace in the movie, just represent how they guard Azul's contracts. Then we do the little fish pens that Azul uses to sign this contract. You can see one in his Tsum uniform, or his Tsum card, so I kind of added that in there. And then the little tentacles for Azul. I really want to do a full octopus, but I just couldn't make it work in this design, which was disappointing. But, you know, we'll go with the tentacles. They're good enough. And then we have Savannah Claw. This one
Ah!
was also hard to come up with a design for. Like,
But look at them. But look, they're so, you can tell. You can immediately tell. It's very distinct. You have Jack, you have Leona, and then Ruggy. Like it's boom, boom, boom. It's right there. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, I like this one too. Oh, this one's so fun. Oh my goodness.
you'd think it'd be easy because they all have really obvious symbols. They're all animals. But it's actually really hard to come up with something that like coherently says this specific animal while working on such a small scale. So I ended up doing like triangles at the top to represent like the motif that comes across in their school uniform cards, like the background. And then I did wolf head, so I just based it off the dog head for Ignahide, and then just made it a little bit fluffier to make it a wolf. And then I wanted to do a lion head for Leona. I could not figure out how to scale the head properly so it looked like a lion head with the mane. So I just did big like lion like paws and then scratch marks to represent like his scar. Um, which I think worked out okay in the end. And then I did hyena for Ruggy. I don't know how well it translates, but I think like the big ears and like the shorter muzzle kind of make it come across as a hyena, at least decently. Like I think if you know that it's Savannah Claw, it comes across pretty well. The only issue with these socks is like the yarn that I could get for them doesn't look like this bright yellow. It looks more like this color, like their dorm uniform shirt color. So I'm hoping it still kind of conveys like a good Savannah Claw vibe. All right, and that's our 7 dorms, except, yeah, we're going to do Ramshackle, too. We're going to have 8 dorms.
Heck yeah, I mean they've all been so good so far. Like all of the designs have been wonderful. You do really have a good eye for this. And and now we have oh, it's a little Grim and the ghosts and the Oh, it's so fun. Oh, I want 7 of these. I want 5 of the Octavanel. I want 7 of these. It's so cool. It's so neat.
So Ramshackle, I did obviously the top little fireballs for Grim representing like his flaming ears. And then I did the little black and white stripes to represent his scarf. I did like kind of like ghost and sparkles to represent like the ghost camera for you. And then I did a little blue line to represent flames, and of course Grim's pitchfork tail right at the end. I thought it'd be cute to have it be like his ears and then his ribbon and then his tail right at the bottom. And then for the actual like cuff part of the sock, I want to actually make it like striped. So it'll be a gray base and then stripes, black and white stripes for the cuff to make it a little bit more interesting.
Ooh.
And this is the final results, or
Oh
at
my
least this is the socks
gosh!
that I'm done with so far. So as you can see, I did Heartslabule socks already.
It looks
I'm
so
not thrilled with
good.
how they came out. They're a little bit tight around the legs, so they stretch out a little bit. So when I do the Savannah Claw socks, I'm going to be making them in dorm order. When I do the Savannah Claw socks, I might bump it up a size.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying with the clover. Yeah, it definitely looks more like a clover in the sock format than it did in the design format. But this is so cool. Look at them. Look at them. Oh, it translated so well, and it works so well, and it looks so good. Oh my gosh. Full marks, beauty.
Bump up the needle a size. But yeah, thanks for listening to me yap about knitting, and hopefully you like the PowerPoint and have a good rest of your symposium. Bye.
Yay! Oh, this was wonderful. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Big round of applause. Big round of applause for Grey Athena for your lovely presentation. This was fun. I like all the designs. I want 17 of all of them. I want them. I want them. And they look so good. You're very good at knitting. Very crafty. Very much so. We have well, there we are. Diasomnia, just going back through them real quick. Ignihide, Scaramia. Scaramia is probably my favorite, but I think it's because I have a really big bias for red. I have a really big bias for red. Red's my favorite color, and so I think that's playing into it. But it is also a very fun design. Very fun design. For sure. Octavanel, just gorgeous. Savannah Claw, also gorgeous. Ramshackle, fantastic. Very ramshackle. Very ramshackle, for sure. And then your final product just looks so good. Your stitching is so consistent. It's just, it boggles my mind, man. It boggles my mind. It's fantastic. But yeah, oh my goodness. Good job. Good job. Thank you so much for sharing. And thank you to all of our
Welcome to my
lovely,
little
oopsie, symposium people. Thank you all so much for submitting and for being here to view the submissions. I hope this was a very fun time for you all. I hope everybody was having a good day, having a good time, enjoyed all of the presentations and what they were and all of that good grand old stuff that we just did on stream here. This was fun. This was fun. I love to see all y'all's ideas because y'all are just so creative. Y'all come up with all these things all the time. Like, y'all got this in the bag, man. Y'all got it. You were stressed? Nah, you didn't need to be stressed. No. It's all good. It's all good. Everybody's presentation was fantastic. We so many good moments. So many highlights. Sure. Do you have a question? Go for it. Go for it. Absolutely. I'm down to hang around a little bit and just chitty chat like we do sometimes. So I'm down for that. I will have to go to bed soon though. I am somewhat tired. And if the kitties continue to be menaces, I will have to go. but the con was fun. The con was fun. We started talking about it a little bit at the beginning of stream. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was very nice. There was quite a few other people that recognized Twist at the very least. There was a couple of people that were cosplaying. There was a really good Leona. Really creative Leona. Instead of having a vest, they had a corset, which worked. It just worked super well. It was fantastic. Valentina, I swear, if you are eating the wires again. No wires. No wires. Which was really cool. It was a great idea. I was like, oh my gosh, that works. And that was really neat. There was I saw a couple Twist cosplayers like off in the distance. I was in line for one of the signings and I look up and there was like a Rook or a Vil. I don't know which one, but they were definitely blonde and they definitely had an NRC school uniform on. And then there was someone I think there was a Riddle next to them and they were in like a group of people. But I was obviously in line and they were obviously with their friends. It would have been very awkward for me to be like, oh my god, hi. And they were like across the convention hall. So like that was not gonna happen. So how do I do these things and how could anybody participate? So the way that the Symposium works is that I announce it on the community tab of the YouTube and I announce it in the Discord, right? About a month and a half out from the date of the actual Symposium. So you have that much time to get together a presentation of your choosing, record it, voice it, use text-to-speech if you need to or want to, and then submit it for review before the deadline. That is basically how that goes. You have to be 18 years or older to voice, so you have to be 18 years or older to submit to the Symposium. That is one of the hard rules. There's a couple other hard rules, like, don't spoil anything, you can't, start talking about stuff that's not PG-13, you can't do R-rated presentations, stuff like that. But that's basically how it works. And then I issue reminders throughout the month to be like, hey, it's coming up. Most of those reminders are in the community tab of my YouTube channel. And then, the Symposium happens. And then we are all here and we get to hang out and chat and talk about all these lovely things. And I get to hand the mic over to you guys for a night. And you all get to indulge in whatever topics that are Twist related that you want to talk about. Basically is how it works. So, what made me come up with the idea of the Symposium? I really like making videos about Twisted Wonderland. I really like yapping about Twisted Wonderland. I enjoy all these things. And the community I created to try to be a space where people could engage in those conversations and talk with one another and have that sort of interaction because, it can be hard IRL to find people that are in that same boat for the specific things that you like, right? The specific series. So the Symposium is a way where I can share the joy that I feel in the creation of these videos and of these topics with you guys, if you so choose to create a video on whatever topic you desire. And so the Symposium was born as a way to kind of give the community another space where we could talk about all these things, and all that sort of stuff, basically. So that is why they exist, that is why they started, and that is why they are the way that they are. And then I get to react to them blind. So you get to see me react to you, and other people in the community react to your ideas and like, talk about them and all that sort of stuff. So that was always the goal and the intention, was to just get more conversations started, and kind of give people a space for that sort of stuff. So, you just made a strawberry tart yesterday? Well, I see. Almost dropped it twice? No! Okay, well, at least it's an almost dropped it. At least you still have it. So, that is good. It would be tragic to drop the tart. Oh, my. But yeah. So that's why it exists. I was gonna do them once a quarter, but I think people said that was too often for a symposium. So we do them like twice a year instead, which has worked out pretty well so far. I just forgot to put this one in the spring. Normally it's a spring and a fall. So maybe this year we just have a summer and a winter. Perhaps. But yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's quite fun, I think videos are fun. Obviously, I wouldn't spend 90% of my free time creating YouTube videos if I didn't think it was fun. But I figured maybe other people would like to, and so here we are. Yeah, you'll have time to think up your ideas, and I try to give y'all enough time, enough one for each solstice equinox. Yeah, more or less. I mean, we could do them quarterly, but that means like every 3 months there's a symposium. So unless y'all are popping out ideas, we may not have that many videos. So I feel like the twice a year is good because people are busy, man. People are busy. I it's not an obligation. It is an opportunity, right? These things. So I don't want it to become an obligation for anybody. I want it to just be a fun thing that y'all can do if you feel like it, Once a year? Nah, it's twice a year. I think last year I did one. I didn't know how it was gonna go, and then everyone liked it, so we did a second one. And then I was planning on doing just like spring and fall as a constant, and then spring left. So now we have the summer symposium, and then we could have a fall one, but I feel like that might be a little soon. It depends. I feel because fall is also hard. Because people are just getting back into school or just getting into, routines and things again. So, like, in college starts and university and all that sort of stuff. So, like, maybe... But wintertime is also holidays. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Yeah. It can be hard to be creative consistently, for sure. You know what Jamil would like as a birthday gift if he was in our world? I mean, my go-to thing for anybody is to give them food. So if I was gonna give Jamil a gift, I'd give him curry. I would try to give him curry anyway. That would be my go-to sort of thing. But there would be the same exact answer that I would give for every member of the Twist cast. It'd be like, what would you give Lloyd? Oh, I'd get him takoyaki. What would you get Azul? Oh, Azul I might get a coin or like a nice fancy pen or something because food. I get it. Food's a little bit of a sore subject. But like Jade, I'll just get him octopus or I'll get him some mushrooms or something. My brain just defaults to food. So, hey, that's okay. I mean, you can always submit to the symposium. The symposium is always going to be open to all. So if you didn't want to or you felt intimidated, that's fine. I would say don't feel intimidated, but I also know how that goes. It's very easy for me to say, but I understand. But. My. Oh no! Your dog stomped on your Kaleem cube? No! My. You say winter is better than fall? I see. Winter's holiday. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Winter and summer, and winter is nice. I feel like summer's nice, but I think if we do another summer one, I should probably make the submission period like in June. When I feel like in the summer, and then we could have the symposium in July or August. Because I feel like people have more free time in the summer, so maybe that would help perhaps with folks' schedules. I honestly don't know. I have become my soul is being sucked slowly out of my body by the corporate world, so I don't know what it's like for people that have free time on summertime anymore. Wait, you get Christmas break? What's that like? You get a summer? What is that, huh? My, oh my, oh my. Oh, spending time with Kaleem. Yeah, that would be a really good gift for Jamil, for sure, for sure. Yeah, giving him a break. A fan art showcase? I was thinking about that at some point, potentially. I was thinking about doing fan art Fridays. I think that could be cool. Like, people could submit their work in, like, the Discord or somewhere specifically, and then I could feature them on YouTube, maybe? And, like, a community post on Fridays. If that, and then, you know, obviously, like, tag them and link to their sites or their whatevers if they wanted that sort of thing, or just, you know, credit to them. I suppose that could be something we could do in the future, potentially. There's also the option to... No, you can't have this. No, you can't have them. Give them that. He's playing with frog stickers. The last thing I need is for him to get frog stickers all over him. There's another thing. Oh yeah, I could put fan art at the end of the videos. That's true. That's true. But if I did fan art Fridays, it wouldn't necessarily have to be of me. It could be of Twist too. I guess it's the same thing in videos, actually. I don't know why my brain decided that those two things had to be separate. Yeah, it could be the same for videos. I don't know. I guess yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say the other thing that I could do eventually, potentially, is open up like the community tab on YouTube. So like right now there's posts that I get to make, but there's a way for me to enable something that will let other people post to like a separate like tab of the post section, from what I understand. I think Rose Ember has it, and a couple other creators have the community open like on that side, and then people can like post there as well. That could be something that could potentially, because then people could post their own art in those sections, and then, you know, and then it's completely linked to you. Then I don't have to be a middleman in those cases. You can just go of your own free will, and do that sort of stuff. But I would have to. I don't know if you can set rules around that. I don't know how that. I don't know if I have to approve posts. I don't know how that system works, to be completely honest. I would have to go through and do a little bit of research to figure that out. I've been hesitant because I didn't want it to just become another Discord, because we have the Discord, right? But I think that could be a nice forum for people to share those sorts of things, you know, of their free will if they so chose to. I don't have to approve posts. Okay, thank God, because that that would be a nightmare. For sure. But I guess, yeah, that could be something that I could do. I don't really know how it works, but perhaps. How hard is it to get the birthday cards? Not that hard. Not particularly hard. It depends though. If you want the birthday cards of every single character in the game, it's going to be incredibly difficult. But if you're just looking for the birthday cards of a couple people, it's not generally that bad. And also now that we have the free 2 birthday summons, you might just end up getting birthday cards that you didn't previously want or wish for. Like I now have Bloom birthday Kaleem, which I think is super fun. And I didn't realize it was such a good card for all of my card library, but I have it now. What are you eating? Who is eating things? What is... I don't know where she is, but I hear rustling. I don't know what's going on. So I think they're a little bit easier to get now than they were. You don't have to go to 200 to guarantee them. You only have to go to 100, so that's nicer as well. But there are less cards typically in the birthday showcases compared to the limited time event, because the limited time event you can get the SRs. And if a limited time event is sharing the cards but has just different rates, like Glorious Masquerade, right? All the Glorious Masquerade cards are technically in the same gacha, but the rate for Malleus will be up, or the rate for Idia would be up. You have a higher chance of getting other cards in those ones, but you do have that higher pity. So it kind of depends. But if you're just pulling like for like maybe you like Riddle and Malleus and maybe Deuce, right? And you're trying to get their birthday cards, that's very doable, because the birthdays are spread out enough and you're only focusing on like a couple of the kiddos. Typically that's pretty easy to do. Provided there's not a bunch of event stuff that's popping up in between. But did 3 birthdays already and it's still hard. I mean, Again, if you're doing them back to back, it's gonna be hard. But if they're spaced out, it'll be a little bit easier. Ah, the VOD will be up though. The VOD will be up. Ruggy also get. Oh, that's exciting. You got Ruggy as well. You got 2 Ruggies purely on the free pulls. Nice, nice. Very exciting. Very exciting. My. When will the Zoom event happen? No idea. But I don't work for the dev team. I can't tell you anything about the future. I don't know, man. I mean, it reran in JP, I think. Oh yeah, it had to, because when I was in Japan, they had all the advertisements for it. So I guess it'll rerun at some point. But I don't know, man. Sometimes they, and like we got Arcane Combat rerun before they did, I think, or like the Crowley one reran. Like, who's to say, man? I don't know. I really don't know. I have no idea. I cannot look into the future like that. I don't have that sort of crystal ball. But you got Jack's SSR. Well, lovely. Congratulations on Jack. Congrats. It's always a good feeling when you see that elaborate coffin and all of a sudden the voice line is playing. Like, you're like, oh. Unless, of course, it's a character you don't like or you have too many of. I didn't realize I had gotten enough trays to have him uncapped to have his 3rd spell. I put him on a team today because I needed to for, like, the guest room or whatever. And I was like, why does he have a cosmic spell? When did this happen? I don't remember this happening. Oh, I guess it's because he just keeps showing up. So, like, that'll happen. Yeah, you can post the video in Discord. Sure. Yeah. Where would you do such a thing? I don't know. I guess you could put it in art share if you wanted to. Maybe I should just like make a fan art channel or like I don't know, in the Discord. I mean, it can go pretty much anywhere. But, oh, the Savannah Claw socks look so good. They look so nice. Oh my gosh. My. Yeah, I feel like art share would probably be the place for the video. Potentially. Trey 4th uncap wet. No, I don't want it. At least he wouldn't be my first fully uncapped card, but like I don't want him to have the fancy banner. You know, I still don't have the fancy banner for like Azul and other people. Like I don't want to give him the fancy banner. Yeah. You got a lot of Azul, Jade, and Floyd cards the past few days. Ooh, nice. I appreciate that. I think that that's wonderful for you. I don't know if you feel the same way about the Octa Trio, but do you know if the Lost in the Book events ever rerun? Yes, they do. So the Stitch event did rerun, and NBC will rerun this year. Typically what happens with Halloween, and we're not going to talk about any of the upcoming Halloween, because every time I bring up Halloween, people just go nuts. I don't understand. But the previous Halloween, whenever Halloween comes out, typically, so the only difference was the first year of Twisted Wonderland's inception, because the Spectre Soiree and Terror's Trending came out first, and then they did a rerun of it, and then they never did it again. I don't even think they reran Terror's Trending. I don't remember if they did. But typically what happens is that the new Halloween event will rerun the next year before the new Halloween drops. So in the case of like Playful Land, for instance, we had Glorious Masquerade rerun before Playful Land dropped. Then the following year, for some reason, we had Glorious Masquerade again, which was an outlier for sure. But then we had Playful Land rerun before NBC. So this year, we will have NBC rerun before whatever the new one is. That's just kind of how they do it. So you will have another chance to finish that story and pick up those cards if you didn't get to finish it this past year, or pick up those cards this past year. So yeah. So yes, to answer your question, yes, they do rerun. The other ones, like the Stitch one, which I guess is the only other one that we have, that one is iffy on when it will rerun because it's like not tied to a holiday, but the Halloween one will definitely rerun before Halloween. For sure. Will it rerun after this year? I have no idea, because Glorious Masquerade wasn't supposed to, and then they did anyway. So I think what's gonna happen this year is we're gonna get Playful Land, then we're gonna get NBC, and then we're gonna get the new one. So I think that'll be the rotation of the scheduling, because Ernesto came out last year, and if they're gonna do the same thing, it'll probably be like that. I can make Silver Circus fan art channel. I guess I could. I guess I could make a specific channel dedicated to it. I suppose. If people want it, I will grant it. You just gotta let me know if that's something that you all think would be useful to you guys. You ended up with 2 PE Kaleem and a birthday boy Kaleem. Nice. Yeah, he really did want a party. I had all the eels dragged Kaleem out for me. I don't know what happened, but like I got 3 or 4 Jades and like 2 Floyds and then a Bloom Boy Kaleem. So I don't know. But Trey is nice. Yeah, but Trey is also not my vibe. A lot of Mally's villain Lilia. The bat gift was super cute. Oh yeah, the little dancing one. Yeah. Yeah, I wish they would do a rerun of the first 2 Halloweens. If they rerun Glorious Masquerade again this year, I think I have to never use those cards again. Because why? If we have a 4th Glorious Masquerade, but we only ever got a 1 Terrorist Trending, I call unfair. I declare unfair. My, oh my, oh my. I hope they do the first I Will Cry if the Zoom reruns this year. We had Glow Mask, like, yeah, exactly. We've had Glow Mask so many times. Mally's poster boy for a reason. I guess. I don't know, man. Try not to get any Kaleem cards this year, but unfortunately can't escape him forever. Yeah. Well, the gacha element, you're gonna end up with people anyway. You know what would be more fun than me sitting here and doing this? Let me see if I can do a thing real quick, guys. I don't know if this is gonna work. Let me see. Hold on. Let me try a thing. Let me try a thing real quick. I did set up a thing today. It might be a little more. We're gonna do a little test. We're gonna do a little test since we're here chatting. Hi, this is Octavanel. Boom. I exist in Octavanel now. I'm gonna see if I can put the chat on screen by opening a browser window. Let's make this chat, and then you might be able to see yourselves potentially. Possibly. URL is this. Does that work? Let's see. Yay! Look at you guys! Okay, hold on. Let me make the width something like, maybe like 500 by 600 with that. Yeah, there we go. Hi, guys! Look at you guys! Hello! Hi, everybody! This is so much more fun, isn't it? It's not pretty, but this is probably way more entertaining than looking at me flap my wings 7,000 times. I tried to set this up so I could, like, chit-chat with you guys before we got to the symposium, but I didn't have enough time to get the chat window working. But here you are, guys! You're here! Welcome! Welcome! Well, yeah, and my wings I can sit down, I can have my little oh my gosh, seaweed popcorn, and we can sit here and chat. Isn't this exciting? Yeah, it's a start. All the tools that make, like, the fancy chats are so complicated or paid, and I just, There's, like, one that I could do that's only, like, a couple dollars, but then I gotta actually code it with HTML, and I'm a little lazy. So this is a nice quick fix to doing this. Oh my, I love seaweed. I love seaweed flavored potato chips, and I cannot eat them anymore because I just found out that most of them use scallop oil in the seasoning, and it makes me so mad. Because I'm allergic to shellfish. I ate an entire bag, and I was like, man, I'm getting a headache. Is it supposed to rain later? Oh man, my stomach hurts now. What the heck happened? Oh, there's scallop oil in the potato chips that are supposed to be seaweed flavored? No! Sandwich, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I need to buy the Anime Expo bundle. Did the news just drop? Is everything happening all at once today? I'm fine. I'm alive. This was like last week. We're chill. We're good. We're fine. We're totally fine. All right, Twisted Wonderland official site. What news do you have for us, Sandwich? What oracle? Sandwich, what oracle do you have? Because there's nothing on the site. The newest thing on the site is Khalib. Why are you making me panic, Sandwich? Why are you making me panic? What's going on here, huh? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? 1849? Yeah, the Anime Expos are coming. Yeah, the bundle, sure, whatever. Oh my god! Hey, chat, you're gonna go away for a little bit. Hold on. Guys, we're getting Overblood Azul! We're getting Overblood Azul! Hold on, I don't know how to change the thing. Hold on. No, let me edit it. Let me edit. How do I edit it? How do I edit? How do I edit? How do I... Stop! Properties? Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah! Oh my gosh, reject optional. Go away. Stop it. Stop it! Go away, cookies! No, is it not respond? Oh my god. Is it not respond? Can you guys can see the Twisted Wonderland, right? But it's not respond. It's not scrolling. Why is it not scrolling? Okay, hold on. All right, let me put you guys back. Let me put you guys back. How do I get you guys back? How do I do this? How? Oh, if I just double clicked on it, it would have been fine. Okay. All right, you guys are back. Perfect. Fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna switch to something else. Actually, let me hold on. What if I just add a new browser, made it called browser, and then put the there and then did that? Okay, will it scroll now? Of course it won't. Why won't it scroll? I don't understand. I really don't understand. All right, hold on. What if we go? Tier list? Tier list. Will this work? Will this work? Will this work? And this one? This one. Okay. and we get rid of this one. There we go. Here we are. It only took us 9,000 years, but we're here now. I can't adjust the thing. Hold on. You don't need to see all my tabs. No one saw my tabs. My tabs are just YouTube because of stream. All right. So we have Anime Expo bundles. It won't let me reject the cookies. I hate this stupid banner because even if you accept the cookies, it comes up on the next page anyway. It never ever goes away. It never goes away. Anyway, Azul keys. How much is 800 gems paid? That seems expensive. But Azul's coming. Azul's gonna be here. Mr. Azul. Mr. Azul. Okay, so there's 2 here, and then there's none here. So I could also do 600 gems. But that seems like a lot of money. Not tomorrow. No. It's just Azul Showcase that will be held from July 7th to July 20th. We have time. There's so much time. We have a week. Guys, we have a week to prepare. We literally have a week. We have a singular week. We have time. It's fine. We're gonna be fine. Powder that makes you say Azul tomorrow. My. Wouldn't have gone into the... That's why I was confused, because I know the news doesn't come out, like the what's coming shouldn't come out till tomorrow. So when you were like, Azul's coming, I was like, how do you know, Savage? How do you know? You see? All right, so how much is that? How much is that? That's like $40. It's $40 for this one. This one. That one's like $70. I can't spend that much money on Overblood as well. I can't. I cannot. I just spent so much money at the con. I can't do that. I can't, because it's paid gems only. So the $40 gem bundle gets you 490 paid gems. So you have to pay to get to the 800 gems. You would have to get 2 of those, which means that you would be spending $80. If you want the 600 game pack, you need to get the 490 gems, and then plus perhaps the like, oh no, so that 40 plus 25 is what, 65? So it's $65 to guarantee that you have enough gems, because I can't do math. But you could also, if you have 490 and one, you could also get it for $52 this bundle if you got the 585 gems and then the 170 gems. That should be enough, or maybe a little bit more. I don't know. I don't think the 98 gems is gonna get you there, right? Because it's 8, 9 and 9 is 18, so then that's, yeah, so that's 588, which is just shy of the 600 gems. So yeah, no, I'm not spending money on the Anime Expo bundles to get Overblood Azul. Thank you very much. This is why I have been saving since last year. I will be screwed for the Tweels, though. I can tell you that right now, because all of my stuff's going to end up going to Azul, and then I'm going to have nothing for Jade and Floyd, and even though their birthday's not till November, like, it's not going to happen. I'm going to end up getting one of them. But yeah. I mean, there wasn't really any cards that I wanted between then and now. Like, the only ones that I wanted that I ended up getting was Deuce Birthday, Cater, Malleus. I was gonna go for Overblot Vil, but then Cater happened, so that I didn't go for Vil. But I need Azul. I need my favorite Leech Twin. He's gotta come home. I need to have all the fish. I need to have them all. They all need to be here, man. I need my fish. I need them so much. What do you expect from Azul? I'm pretty sure the bundles are always this expensive. This is why I don't do gem bundles, because they're ridiculously expensive. And I mean, what you're getting, you don't even get a full... You're spending $80 and you're not even getting a full Awakening perfume set, right? You are spending $80 to basically get 3 pulls on Azul's banner and have 2/3 of the SSR perfumes you need to upgrade him, right? So if you were normally going for 3 10 pulls, right? That's 300, 600, what is that? 300, 600... I need help with math. 3, 6, 9. So that's 900 gems. So you're basically getting this at a discount. So you're getting 100 gems off plus 2 Awakening perfumes. So if you're paying for the 10 folds, it makes sense, right? If you are out of pocket, if you do not have any gems and you're going in on Azul, then the bundle makes sense. But if you're not paying for the gems, the bundle makes no sense. Right? Like, I mean, I guess, like, it's a good deal, again, if you want to pay. But if you don't want to pay, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was. now that I did the math, it's not quite as bad. But the problem is, the bundle is paid gems specifically. So the bundles that they offer, yeah, you get 500 gems, but only 490 of those gems are actually paid. The other gems are free. So like I hate that they do that too. That's like one of my biggest gripes with the gem system. If I am paying you money, all of the gems that I am paying you money for should be paid gems, because I gave you money to get those gems. Why are there free gems in the gem pack? I don't understand. Are you trying to, like, give us a deal? Because it's not a deal. I'm trying to give you money. Just give me what I owe. I feel like it's really weird. It's a very weird thing, and it's very misleading. Because you're like, oh, I'm paying for 500 gems, but you're actually only getting 490 paid gems. Like, it's dumb. It's dumb. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I know it's a marketing tactic, but boy, oh boy, oh boy. Anyway. Yeah, so one of the fun things that you can do is if you go to the news pages and you go to the URL, so maybe I don't dox my tabs, I'm gonna end up doxing my tabs. Again, they're all YouTube, as you saw before. But if you go to this fancy URL up here, okay, hold on. I don't think it's capturing my cursor. Is it? Is my cursor here? Do you see my, okay, my mouse is there. All right, so if you go up here, right, to this lovely URL, which is probably very tiny, but this little number at the end, for most of the time, you can put in a new number and it will take you to a news post, right? So this is the server maintenance for, which is also not available on the news. So Anime Expo, Equestrian Club, and NRC joint exam. So we're gonna have a joint exam. We're probably gonna get Riddle. I can't remember who's not out in EN for Equestrian. We got either Sylv or Sebek. I don't know if we got both, but somebody's coming. And then we also have Anime Expo, right? So if you're ever curious, like when you know something's going to update, right? Like if we go to this one of Kalim's and we go, okay, I don't want 46, so 47 might not be it. So let's go to 48, right? Boom. Server maintenance notice. So this is Twist News. This is Twist News. They just haven't officially posted this yet. So what Twist does for pretty much everything, except the only exception is the what's coming notices. Those have like some sort of funky algorithm that they use to generate the numbers for those specific IDs. So there used to be a formula that you could use and that would get it, but they've changed it. So now you can't use that formula anymore to get the news ahead of time. But for things like this, you can just up the number. Just up the number. Just up the number. If we go to 49, which I believe is what the Anime Expo one was, boom, we have the Anime Expo. Because what they do is they put these in advance. So that way and then they schedule them, most likely. So they're technically here, so if you have the ID, you can get to them, but they won't be posted live until the date that they want to post them. So sometimes these will be up here and they will be janky as hell because they're just using a template and they haven't fleshed out the details yet. Like I think that happened for the anniversary. The anniversary template was funky as hell because they duplicated the old anniversary from the previous year and were just like editing it, but it wasn't all finished. So it was very funny to read through before like a couple days before, like a day or two before they had it all fixed and it was fine. But yeah, so if you're ever curious and you know like something's happening like this time of the month, you can just keep increasing the number, right? And oh, look, the bundles are here now. That's exciting, from June 30th to July 6th. Cool. Let's see, is there an 1851? Maybe there's an Azul over. No. Oh, the joint exam is coming. So the joint exam will be from June 30th at 2 p.m. So you have to have completed. So look, now we know when the joint exam is happening, supposedly. And maybe if we go to 52, we'll be able to get something else more exciting. The joint exam is here. Fantastic. What about 53? Whoa! Hey, so this is going to be Sebek. So, hey. Or again, like I said, this could just be them re-updating the template. And then because so spoil. Listen, but it's going to be available tomorrow. I don't feel bad about spoiling this because it's literally going to be released tomorrow, right? The schedule will be released. So anyway, Sebek exists now, potentially. Here he is. You get club tokens for Sebek. Very exciting. Look at him. He's a beautiful boy. So we got Sylv, right? So we have Sebek. So the only one we're missing now is going to be Riddle. Yes, maybe, possibly. Potentially. Anyway, so Sebek is here. Sebek will be here. He will be here on June 30th to July 6th, which means that Sebek and Azul should be running on the same time then if we're getting Azul keys, or Azul's coming right after Anime Expo. Because didn't they do that for Malleus? Wasn't Malleus's keys like bundled before his showcase happened? Does anyone remember? This is 53, right? So this is 54. 54 is Sebek being here. What about 55? Can we get a 55? Shop inventory is going to be reset, guys. Hell yeah. All right, 55. What about 56? Can we get a 56? Shop inventory. Of course it did. I really need to skip. How the hell did I put it in full screen? What did I do? Escape! Escape! It says press and hold this. I'm pressing and holding escape. Let me out. Okay. What was that? 56, 57? Let's see. Okay, so when this happens, there's no more notices. So if you hit a number and then you get sent to the home screen, that means they haven't prepared a notice with that ID yet. So the Azul notice has not happened yet. So it'll probably be after the joint exams. They're gonna have the bundles available for Anime Expo, but then you won't be able to use the keys until after Anime Expo, is what I am assuming, because they also have Sebek running. So if they have Sebek running and they also have Azul, that's gonna undercut Sebek, I think, because the overblock cards are very popular. So that is my guess based on what information we have available from the official site that just hasn't been officially posted yet. So we'll have all our lovely things back in our shop. We'll have a Sebek. That's exciting. We have a joint exam. And Anime Expo bundles, which have Overblood Azul. So Overblood Azul will be showing up this month, is basically what that means. So yeah, so very exciting. This is not going to be the end-all, be-all, I'm sure, because Leona's birthday also exists. Like, the news that'll come out tomorrow night, or tomorrow night for me, tomorrow for people in the West Coast, it will be including those things as well, and maybe there's something else we don't know about, but... So anyways, so yeah, so that's how you can look up some of the stuff. Like I said, the what's coming ones are really weird. So if you go to update and you go to what's coming, you can see that this ID is just like a bunch of random numbers. And if you try to just increase this by one, right? It's not gonna work. You're just gonna get sent to the home screen. Like those ones they have under lock and key. But the other ones are fine. The other ones you can do. So occasionally, like, if I know something's in a rerun, like, right, so like Fairy Gala, for instance, I will do that so I can yoink this banner to get the encore icon or to get the event icon, and then I can make my thumbnails. So it's quite useful. Quite useful for that. Also, if you want to yoink these for thumbnails or for other things, if you want these banners specifically, you have to inspect the page, because the way that they're in line, you can't technically get them. Then you have to go in here, in this div class, here, and then you have to expand this one here. Yeah, and it very helpfully will show you this. And then you have to go here, and then you can click on the banner, there, and then you can download it. So that is how you get those. I think if you're on mobile, you might be able to just like hover over it. But if you are on PC, you like cannot left click to save this. You can screenshot it, but it's going to be at a lower resolution. If you get this, you can blow it up in Photoshop, and it's kind of, it's not a vector specifically, but it retains a lot of the detail much better from this PNG somehow. So, so that's how you can do that. That's how I get that stuff for my thumbnails. Yeah. The more you know, you can do it on the homepage too. I have this video from the homepage. Hold on. If you inspect the homepage, this little video that's behind Crowley, you just have to find the div section that it's part of, which is this one. And then this div class, and then you just kind of have to like find the actual element itself. And it might not be in here. It might actually be up further. But there, you can find the video too in here somewhere. Container, header class. I don't think, yeah, it's definitely not Crowley. It might be in here. That's assets, image, character. Yeah, so that's just Crowley. And then story title. I pulled it from here someday. I don't remember exactly where it is. Oh, there it is. No, not that. Not that. Huh. Anyway. And then you have the character section down here. So it's definitely in the top div somewhere. Loading, main menu, contents, load, and oh, background movie. That's literally it. There it is. Background movie, assets, background movie, and then you can open this in a new tab. Lo and behold, look, it's the background movie. Ta-da! Now I could download this if I wanted to include it in a video, which I'm pretty sure I did at some point. Oh, it's Malleus. Isn't that exciting? So yeah, you just poke around with the inspect tool, and this is also very helpful for figuring out like how websites are made and like looking at HTML, and looking at stuff. And I think in this you can also like edit, and maybe you can see, it won't actually edit the web page, but it will show you what that edit would do to the code. So like if you wanted the Octave and L icons, I wouldn't pull them from here because I have pulled them from here and they're actually pretty low res, unfortunately, but you can pull them from here as well. So if you go to this div class, and then you open up the one that you're interested in, like Octave and L, you can then find the thing in here somewhere. Right. Index. Is it this one? Oh, okay, that pulls this up. That's exciting. Let's see if we can find the crest in here. Let's see. Oh, right there. Perfect. Dormitory mark, dormitory picture. Boom. There's Octave and L. Wabam. Heck yeah. There you go. Now we can have the Octave and L dorm crest, and it's a PNG. So you just hit save, and then you can save it. Sometimes it'll save as a web page. I don't really know how to do that anymore. Sometimes when there's like stuff up here, so you have like question marks, backsplash, did it right, and then .png, those things will sometimes save as web pages instead, but all you realistically have to do is get rid of that extra like code so that it's just kind of like a URL similar to this, and it doesn't have all that like the Twist website. The Twist wiki has this, and it's the bane of my existence. Wonderland wiki. Because like, this trick does not work for the Twisted Wonderland wiki, by the by. Silver. Let's just go to Silver, right? Let's go to Silver. If we want to go to Silver, and then we open up Silver's like thing, whatever, his card art, and then we open it in a new tab. As you can see up here in this URL, you have card Silver SR Gala Couture PNG / revision / latest / scale to width down to and then this. Theoretically, all you have to do is get rid of that in most URLs for it to get rid of the web page. But if I go to save this right now, it'll still be a web page. And if I get rid of all of this revision code, it still saves it as a web page. Even though you can clearly see that it has changed the image quality, it just made it the full size. It will not let you download it as a PNG. It is the bane of my existence. I hate it so much. So what I do instead is go to the Japanese wiki. Apprentice Chef Jamil. Perfect. Boom. We love Apprentice. You go here, you click this, and you hit this little button in the corner that says download, and you download it at full resolution as a PNG. I don't understand. I think it's the way that the wiki site is set up, like the fandom wiki, the way that they set that up. Any of the images that get uploaded, you can't just download, like they become web pages. I don't know how that happens. I don't know enough about coding to understand how that, because a lot of sites will do that as well. And it's a way for them to protect the images. But for a site that is a wiki like that, it is so frustrating to not be able to download anything. So I just will take them from here because these will be the exact same resolution as the ones on the English wiki, except you can actually download them because you can hit the download button and then download it, and then you have it as a picture. And it's fine. Some of the icons on this site don't really work as well though. And also, fun fact, if you have access to Photoshop at all, Photoshop, now the newest version of Photoshop also will now open web page files. So you can open up the web page file that you saved of Jamil's chef card, and then you can convert it to a PNG, or you can just stick it in your Photoshop document as an embedded thing, and then you don't have to worry about the stupid web page file type anymore. Sometimes I get lazy and will do that because, like, the ingredient metals, I don't think I could pull from this site. I had to pull them from the English Wiki, so I just, you know, popped them in there and re-exported them, and it took me a while. But yeah, so that's how you can get several of the Twist assets for card arts specifically, and then, like, some of the fun stuff on the website, some of the stuff that you can do for that. If you want to get the actual sprites, that is a whole other ball game. The wikis will have sprites, but this is the Japanese wiki, so I probably shouldn't do this for the sprites specifically. But they'll have, like, the standard sprites, they just won't have them posing. So if you go to the regular Twisted Wonderland wiki, that's spelled wrong, but that's fine. The fandom one. And we go back to Silver. Hi, Silver. We're gonna go look at your sprite, Silver. Ignore stuff in the sidebar. Ignore that. I also hate that. I hate that there are new pages on this wiki, but they're JP spoilers, and they just show up there on the sidebar. And it's very annoying. If you go to the gallery, and then you go down, like, they have the sprites, but they're all the standard posing. If you want the other poses, you gotta go to, like, Tumblr and other places. I have absolutely no idea how to get them myself. I just go to, like, 1 or 2 Tumblr pages, and they tend to have some of the stuff. So, are you eating the wires again? How many times do we gotta do this, old man? Oh, never mind. They're fighting each other. They're fighting each other behind the computer. So there you go. So this was your lesson on how to pull things for all of your thumbnail needs, because you will now all be YouTubers because you make such good videos as shown here live in the Symposium. So that's how you can do some of that stuff. So yeah. All the Tumblr users save for quick grab. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's places you can get them, but yeah, I hate the fandom wiki specifically because I can't download anything. And then there's a bunch of ads. It generally, like, completely lags my computer. I have so many reasons that I don't like that wiki. I have so many reasons that I don't like it. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. I appreciate that it exists. I do appreciate that it exists because I do understand that, like, it is an archive of things in the game. It is definitely a very useful tool. It is very worthwhile. I will reference it for like when events are happening, or for like little things that I forgot about that are happening, or what have you. Oh man, it's only showing the top chat. It's not showing the live chat. I don't know how to make it show that on the thing. What if I refresh? No, it just shows top chat. Oh man, that's annoying. That's silly. That's annoying, and so I don't know. I think top chat's not the same as live. I don't understand why there's 2 of them. I really do. I did. On my window, it is live chat. Oh, wait, I think it has... Okay, hold on. No, my hypothesis was not correct. It's still top chat. It doesn't matter. I can't affect it in the window that you're seeing. They're still fighting each other. I can't change it on your window. I don't understand why the browser source is like this, but anyway. I don't know. It's not YouTube. I think it's OBS, because it wasn't letting me scroll in the Twisted Wonderland one either. So like I don't know. It seems to be functioning like live chat. I think top chat will like prioritize messages that have like monetary donations or something, I think is the difference. Or like the top chatter messages, like if you have the little crown, which like the top, I don't know. I honestly don't know what top chat does. Yeah, but on the top it says top chat instead of live chat, right? At the top of the window. At least that's what I can see in OBS. In OBS it says top chat at the top of the window. Like I can see your messages. Your messages come in fine. They pop in. They were popping in, but now Gray's message didn't show up. But I had to refresh it for yours to show up. That's so bizarre. I gotta figure out a better way to do this, man. Maybe I just have to code my own thing, my own plugin. Yeah, but now your message is showing up, Lilia. Like the messages show up, but like at a certain point, it just like stops refreshing, and I don't understand. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, is there anything else we want to chat about? Do y'all want to become YouTubers now? Is that what is happening? It's just slow. I don't have it set to slow mode. I think there's just not a lot of people talking. Again, the only thing that I know about Top Chat and Live Chat is that sometimes certain people will, like, their messages will just simply not show up in Top Chat at all. And you have to be tabbed into Live Chat for the kitties are doing good. They're fighting behind my computer. They're strangling each other as they do. They're fighting, but they're alive. So and they don't seem to be sick or anything. It seems to be good. Gonna go start a YouTube career? Yes, join me. Become one of us. One of us. One of us. Exactly, doing the leech style. They were taught very well. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Yeah, they are. They're making quite a ruckus, honestly. My, oh my, oh my. The thing you've learned to hate is writers, huh? Oh, writer, block. I was like, you, what? My, oh my, what an interesting opinion, but writer's block, got it. Art and writer's block, got it. Make more videos, period, but that's what. Also do much more stuff, considering you're obsessed with it. I mean, it's much easier to make stuff that you are interested in, let me tell you. Already making a twist animatic for YouTube, nice. Been trying to get my costume director to start a theater podcast. Ooh, do I have any videos? I shared some early on in the Discord. I don't have any recent ones that I could share, unfortunately. Yeah, but what kind of animatic are you making, Lilia? Very interesting. How do people become YouTubers if some of them are really shy to show their face? So you just become a me. You basically become a me. So you can do VTubing. VTubing requires a little bit more commitment to like facial expressions, and you have to have a little bit more equipment. There's a bit more of like, there's a lot more that goes into VTubing, I think, personally, based on my very limited knowledge, because I am clearly not a VTuber. I am a PNG tuber. I am a little PNG, and when I talk, my mouth opens, and when I stop talking, the mouth closes. I could make it a little bit more engaging. There are PNG tuber like softwares that you can also download that are generally free. Some of them are free, some of them aren't. But they will add like a little animation that'll like shake you when you talk, and they'll do a couple other things as well. But PNGs are a lot easier because you can just draw something and then just like slap it up there. And then you can just talk, and then there's no camera. Like, I don't use a camera at all. I have no webcam. I have none of that. So it's just a microphone and my computer is basically what I run on. And so then you just start making stuff about what you like. You don't even need an avatar. You really don't even need an avatar. You can start without one. You can, like, most of my videos, I just use Ernesto whenever I'm talking. I just think he's pretty. So I just put him up when I'm talking. And then I just use his reactions to supplement my own, you know? There are a bunch of other people too. There are like some people that have, they just have characters that they really like as their like icon, like Chef Rillis Productions. They make really good videos. I like watching their content, but they're, oh gosh, what is his name? They're the shiny crab from Moana. Tapatoa? Oh man, I feel like a fake fan because I don't remember the name. Tamatoa, I was so close. But yeah, you just gotta like start making content if that's something that you want to do. Then you just put it up there. I mean, you know, you have to have something that people will want to watch. But there's also something to be said for doing stuff that you're passionate about, because then people that like that stuff or that will like that passion will just come and find you, you know? You don't have to have it all figured out right away, and there are some YouTubers that it just takes years and all that good stuff, so. Yeah. What other animes do I like? That's hard. So I don't really have... I have free time, I just don't spend it well. So I don't really watch anything anymore. I was watching the case study of Vanitas. That is something that I would really like to finish because I think it's very, very interesting. In the past, I've watched a lot of anime. I like Black Butler, obviously. That I feel like that's kind of a shoo-in for a lot of stuff. For a lot of Twist fans, rather. I like Black Butler. I like Hellsing. I liked Tokyo Ghoul. Goodness gracious. Oh, Saison Life. I like that one as well. That's not really an anime though. I love Spy Family. Spy Family is really cute. Goodness gracious. What? Oh, Death Parade. Death Parade is really fun. Do not binge Death Parade. Just do like an episode a day. Just do like an episode do not. I binged Death Parade. That was a bad choice. That was a really bad decision. Death Parade's really, really fun. Yeah, Spy Family's cute. Spy Family's very, very cute indeed. Oh, you're gonna make a Muppet so you can have a Twist Muppet tuber? That'd be so fun. That'd be so fun. My. Oh yeah, taxes. Do we want to go on the tax tangent again? I can go on the tax tangent again. I really didn't think that's where we were gonna go at 10:30 p.m. on a Saturday, but we can go on the tax tangent again. Yes, no. Oh no. You want to know taxes? Yeah. Do you even reside in the U.S.? That's a question I do have to ask. Because if you don't reside in the U.S., I don't understand how anything that I would say would be helpful. No. I think a lot of people are saying no. A lot of people are saying no. So what I can say is that if you do need help, you can get a CPA, a private accountant, certified private accountant. They can do your taxes for you. And as long as you have all the paperwork, then you will be good. So just make sure you keep all your little paperwork, hand it off to a CPA at the end of, during tax time. Make sure you get in with the CPA a little bit before, crunch time, like January, February. And then that will help you with your income taxes. If you're trying to do sales tax and other things because you're trying to run a business, that is not where I have any experience. That is definitely a CPA conversation. Also, you probably shouldn't be getting your advice from random YouTubers on the internet because that almost screwed me over hardcore. Because I was looking at a whole bunch of YouTubers. They'd be like, oh, this is how you do it. I'm not a CPA, but this is how I do my taxes. And no one mentioned the very important info of that 10% gap fees. So that is the thing you do have to look out for. Anyway, animes. What other animes do I like? Do you know where you can find any anime conventions? So you would just have to kind of Google search for anime conventions in your area. There is a website that lists them, but they're not like super good about the smaller ones. But if you look at you can search for anime conventions in your area or like around that area. You can search for stadiums and other places in your area, right? So if there's like hotels that very frequently have events, or there's like stadiums, or there's like convention halls, or like, places that will expo halls. If you look at those websites will also sometimes have conventions listed because they will be, have that convention at their site. So that can sometimes happen. But yeah, major cities are going to be your best bet for most things. Like New York's probably going to have a convention at some point. I think Boston had or still has an anime convention. I think, I'm on the East Coast, so I can only speak to East Coast things. I know, California has a lot of conventions. California also has a lot of cup sleeves. I don't really know what a cup sleeve is, but I kind of want to do one. But there's none on the East Coast. I kind of want to organize one because I'm like, gosh darn it, we don't have any fun Twist things. We should do a Twist cup sleeve. But, you know, there's also little things like that that aren't a full convention, but they are related. So I think Love and Deep Space has a ton of those types of events, those like cup sleeve-esque or like birthday-esque events, where they will like have a cafe that is going to have stuff. And then, you know, you can go there and you can find other people that like Love and Deep Space or that love that particular character from that game, right? Because there's the love interest. So if it's like Silas's birthday, it'll be like a bunch of people that like Silas will go there. And you can take like little pictures with your Silas plushie or like whatever you have, right? Those events also exist. So you don't have to go to a full-blown convention. You can find other things like that where you can meet friends. It does, again, depend on like where you live though. Because like California has a ton of those for some reason. East Coast, I think I saw one that was maybe happening in New York, and then I never heard anything else about it ever again. So like, I don't know if anything happens over here. I would love it because I live on the East Coast and I would like for that to happen. You know, but yeah. So that would be a good place to start, I think. Looking into like areas around you, if you have access to go to a major city, that could be a really good bet. But if you don't, you can still look for stuff that's somewhat close to your area, but you may have to do a little bit deeper digging by going to those specific like expo hall sites to see if they are hosting that sort of event. You can also like Ren fairs are also a really good place. So Ren fairs have nothing to do with Twisted Wonderland, but Ren fairs will get you into a local event scene, and you can probably network with people there or find people there that are interested in anime or are interested in some things, and then they can also help you if you have a conversation with those people being like, oh my gosh, I see your I don't know, Anya badge. I love Spy X Family, you know, do you like anime? You can try to start a conversation that way, and you can go like, hey, do you know about conventions? Because I've really wanted to go to one, and like I hope to meet more people that like Spy Family. You could try that as well. You know, the worst thing they can say is no and give you a dirty look and then walk away. So like, it's worth a shot. So yeah. So like DFM at Ren Fair, that would be amazing. Yeah, I know. I really want to do a Rook cosplay for Ren Fair. I think that would work very well. But I do not look good with short hair, so I'm very worried about the wig. I think I could do the Rook cosplay with everything but the hair. I could be some other Rook. An alternate universe Rook. But NYC's scared. Oh, scared you when you were there? NYC's like just a lot of the... I think the other problem is a lot of the East Coast cities are just scary. I've never been to the West Coast, so I don't know if they are or not. But like New York is terrifying. Baltimore is terrifying. Like Jacksonville, Florida is not really all that terrifying, but it is kind of scary. You know, like we have a lot of cities, but they're very scary. Boston, I've never been to Boston. I do want to go to Boston. Boston seems like a fun time. Boston seems like it could be chill. But who is my favorite character from Twist? Azul Ashengrotto, of course. Anyone in Octave and L. Anyone in Octave and L, they all have my heart. They have had my heart for a really, really long time. Oh yeah, Facebook groups can also help. I don't have any experience in Facebook groups because I just don't go on there at all, and I didn't make one for YouTube, and I don't ever plan on making one for YouTube. Please, I will never reach out to any of you on Facebook. That's not me. But Facebook does have groups and can have things that can be good, yeah. But yeah. Ooh, a Savannah Claw pirate costume for Pirate Week. Ooh, that'd be fun. A Killer Vil cosplay for Ren Fair. True. I guess my problem is the Ren Fair that I normally go to is like really dusty, and Vil's, whenever I think of Vil, I think of the dorm uniform, so I would not want that dragging on the dusty ground. Which is why Rook, I feel like, fits a little bit better, because he doesn't have like that long thing going on. Rook trying to hunt down people to Ren Fair. I know, right? Rook before Vil got him to cut his hair. I could do that, I suppose. But yeah. You like big cities. I see. The more mainstream they are, the scarier they are. The benefit to New York, though, is that, like, the benefit to a lot of the major cities on the East Coast is that there is pockets, right? So there's pockets of, like, bad stuff, like, but you could tell. And then you can get out of there. There are a couple of cities on the East Coast that are not like that, where it is row by row, house by house, and it's wild. The scariest city that I've ever been to is Baltimore. That because it's very much like that. You could be having a great time and you turn a corner and it's a terrible street, and you go up the next block and you're fine, and then you go up another block and then it's another terrible street. Like it is wild. It is very weird down there, I will say. But there's a couple cities like that on the East Coast. A lot of them are fine. A lot of them are just like pockets. So like if you're in a pocket or you're starting to get in a pocket, you just turn around and then you're fine. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. Boston has 2 conventions. Oh, that's exciting. Peepaw got sent to Detroit. Oh, you survived Detroit. You can survive anywhere. Fair. Your Azul Octo sticker? Oh, the Octo Nuggie? Oh, I liked it. I liked it a lot. Did I not react to it? I'm very bad at that. But it was very cute. Very cute. I like all the food stickers that you've been doing. They're very fun. LA has a lot of traffic, but isn't that scary? Just kind of ugly. Yeah, see, like that's the vibe I get for West Coast cities. I went to Seattle a long time ago. That's the only place on the West Coast that I've ever been. And it was nice. It was a nice little city. It was nice and cute. It was great. And it was such a fun time. But, you know, I only had one experience with Seattle, and that was it. Do I have a blue? I do have a Blue Sky, and I do not have a Tumblr. I need to get a Tumblr though, because I really need to get some of those assets from Tumblr, man. I have a Blue Sky and I have an X. I have an Instagram. I have a lot of things. I just don't use anything other than YouTube 90% of the time. So like I have not logged into Blue Sky in like a solid year. I occasionally will log into Twitter, but that's because a lot of the Japanese side of the fence will use Twitter, and they do a lot of really cool fan art. So I will just scroll for fan art there. But and then my Instagram I'll post occasionally some things. Ow! Hi, Valentina. You want to come on? You want up? Come here. Did you just give up? Come here, sweetie. Come here. There we are. My kittens' names are Valentina and Gino. Those are their names. Those are their names. Are you getting a Jamil hoodie after work? Ooh, I see. Jacob talked about seeing a Pirate AU Mal fan art. Ooh, and talking about Malleus being Davy Jones. Oh, that makes sense. That's exciting. Scared of the subway system? And the subway system in New York's not that bad. You just have to you can't have your valuables out, and you need to be aware of your surroundings. That's it. That's all. That's the same for like a lot of places. Like it's really not that bad. It's the same thing as if you were going on the tube in London. Like it's really not that bad. If you only use Tumblr, yeah. I mean, I don't post anything on Twitter. I just look at fan art on Twitter. And I'm pretty sure Blue Sky would have fan art too, but I don't think that the community for Twist is as big on Blue Sky. So I at least from what I remember from like a year ago when I logged in last. So that's why I you know, again, I don't really use it just every once in a while. I'm like, I can pop over there and see what's happening. Like right now I have to stay off of it because there's lots of spoilers for the next month's JP content, but how would Grim react to my kitties? I don't know, man. It depends on whether or not he would be invested in me as a person. He would probably be jealous at that point, but if he wasn't invested in me, he'd be like, yeah, okay, cats. Oh, there she goes. She's going off of my heart. Yeah, Central Park is really pretty, and the area surrounding Central Park is really pretty. The areas surrounding all of the touristy areas are fine. You know, you just have to be aware. The biggest thing about city versus like, you know, suburb is you have to be way more aware when you're in a city. You just have to be way more conscious of what's going on around you. That's really the difference. And you just have to, you know, because if you're not aware, you're gonna stumble into places you don't want to be, and that's, you know, not great. But the tube in London, the underground. Yes. There are Twist fans on Blue Sky? Okay, good to know. You found me on Twitter? Yay, thank you. You can follow me if you want. I only ever, like, sometimes repost stuff. I really don't do anything over there. If I used my social media more efficiently, I probably would have a lot more people. We probably have a lot more people in the community if I actually got my butt off the ground and had, like, a social schedule, but... Yeah, oh, no, I will never drive in a city. That's why I don't go to big cons. Or at least that's why I haven't gone to big cons in the past, is because, like, I cannot drive into a city. I can't drive around where I live. There's no way I'm gonna be able to drive in a city. There's no way. It's not gonna happen. It's not. You cannot pay me more money. Do I have a favorite fast food? Not really. Now, I don't go out to eat that much, and when I do, it's usually to, like, a chain restaurant and not a fast food place. So, like, whenever my parents come down, my dad likes steaks, so we end up going to, like, Texas Roadhouse or somewhere similar 90% of the time. So, I guess there, I just end up going there a lot because of that, but it's not, like, my favorite place. I'm trying to think of all the places that I have eaten at. But I guess that's the closest thing to an answer that I can give you currently. But you heard things about the Bronx and you're making sure not to go there. I mean, if you're going to New York City as a tourist, you're basically going to Manhattan and then you're fine. So New York City has a lot of, like, burbs, right? The suburbs. So you got Bronx, you got Brooklyn, you got Queens, you got, like, there are other places around, and they're all part of the city. And the people are lovely, but the people will have a different flavor depending on, like, what burb you're in, right? But where Times Square is, where the Central Park is, where the libraries, where the museums are, that's all on Manhattan. So if you're going to New York as a tourist, typically speaking, you're just going to be staying in Manhattan. And, you know, you're gonna be fine. Are you going to the Bronx for college? Where, I don't need to know where you're going to college. Do not dox yourself. I still think you'll be fine, especially if you stay on your campus, you'll be okay. You know, and if you go places in a group, you'll be better off, and you know. There are definitely ways where you can be safe and be in the city, you know? It's not like the minute you set foot on the asphalt, you're gonna die. I've been to New York quite a few times, and I've been fine. I never had anything dramatic happen, you know? But, you know, you do have, and you... I guess the one advice that I can give is that just say no. Just say no or ignore. You do not have to give people the time of day. You do not... And most people, if they're trying to give you something for free, they're not. They're not. There's nothing in the city is free. Nothing in the city is free. Unless you're getting, like, a side table that someone's throwing out, that sort of stuff. If someone's like, you can have a free hot dog, no, you don't. No, they don't. The monks that try to give you bracelets, right, and are like, oh, please sign this petition so we could have a temple, there's a scam. All they're doing is scamming. They're not actually building a temple. They've been doing that for, like, 20 years. If they actually were building a temple, they would have broke yarn. You know, there's a lot of, like, those sorts of scams that happen in the city. So you got to be careful of those. But, you know, as long as you know how to say no and you know how to just keep walking forward and ignore people, don't be... Yeah, they have you sign, like, a piece of paper that, like, is a petition for the temple to be built, but you have to give them money to put your name. It's like a thing. They'll like force a bracelet on you and be like, sign this and give me money. And you're like, what? And then if you don't do it, they, like, rip the bracelet off of you and they get all mad and pissy. It's not a good time. So there's lots of scams like that in cities. You just gotta be careful. That's all. Yeah, it's not Gotham. You're not gonna just die. Yeah, the mascot characters, right? Yeah, you go to Times Square and there's Mickey and Minnie Mouse and they're just gonna try to force you into a picture and they might even try to hold your phone ransom until you pay them for being in the picture. You just, again, you just gotta be a little awares. Just gotta be a little awares. And not afraid to say no, and not afraid to say goodbye, and not afraid to just, you know, not engage with people. You know. City people, I think, sometimes have a stereotype where they come off as very rude, but if you think about the environment that they live in and the amount of people that you have to deal with and all of that sort of stuff, like, they're not really rude. That's just how they're used to operating to be able to get through the day. So, you've cursed people out for trying to, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, sometimes you just gotta scream at people. And in New York, you'll see a lot of that, and then people just go about their day. Like, it's just a different way of living. It's just a different environment. That's all. Yeah. Yeah, you can do self-defense as an extra, or at least, like, have something on you that can help you out. That would not be a terrible thing to have, either. Yeah, you just have to, again, it really just comes down to being awares. And making sure that you, like, you know, you're not being overly nice. You gotta be able to stand your ground, more or less. But yeah, last con you were at, there were shady people hanging around. You just gotta either ignore them or, you know, yeah, exactly. Keep the conversation high, bye, go away. You can tell them crazy stuff too. If they try to trap you in a conversation, just start talking about selling organs. Ask them how their liver's doing. Do they drink? Do they do this? Do they do that? Darn. You know, I really need a new liver. Just freak them out. Freak them out. If you can be freakier than they are, they will leave you alone. So, you know, but you know, there are many ways you can fight back. There are many things you can do. Just make sure that you're doing something and not just leaving yourself, you know, open to whatever. Yeah. Yeah, the less worth it you are, the more you fight and the more insane you are. For sure. Yeah. If they're coming at you and you smile right back and you make your eyes wide and you go, "Oh, this'll be fun." Like, they'll probably not want to mess with you. you know, so yeah. Yeah, bark, act possessed. Start talking in Latin. You can even just say a prayer in Latin. Like, learn a couple lines of Latin and just whip that out and, like, point at them weird. Oh, they're gonna be freaking out. They're gonna be freaking out, man. It doesn't even have to mean anything. You could be ordering a cheeseburger, but just do it in Latin and, like, point some fingers. But, like, you know, in a weird wizardy way. And then people will think you're cursing them, and then they'll probably leave you alone. You know? So, what color is your liver? As a quote your brother always jokingly asked. Yeah. Learn some facts about the body. Exactly. Yeah, be Jack or Jade. Essentially. Indeed. Yeah, Latin exorcism prayers, you know. You started giggling at someone before, like, oh, yeah. See, that'll happen. That'll do it. Gino, you can't be on the desk, buddy. You're gonna knock stuff over. Oh, I'm gonna lose my spot to Valentina, because she was on the back of my pillow, and now she's gonna be on my chair, because I gotta go get Gino, so he doesn't knock over Nouvellette. Stop, Gino. Gino, you can't be there, buddy. No, back. Go back. Gino. Arr, kitty. This way. Please. Pretty, please. Okay, you can go that way, but you gotta go all the way down. Oh. No, not Bill. I guess I'm losing this battle, so I'm just gonna move out. He's knocking everything over. You can't be there. You cannot. Get down. Bill's gone, the eels are gone, the wires are gone. He's knocking over. But Nouvellette is a little too heavy. He's a big baby. But now that I've moved everything, you decided that I can grab this. You didn't want to be held. You want attention, but you don't want to be held. I don't know what you want. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what this is all about, Mr. Gino. Maybe he's trying to force me to clean my desk. I don't know. Oh, man. Kind of wish Gino was also playable with Felt. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Even if you're yeah, you always have to have your head on a swivel. You just need to have it a little bit more on a swivel when you're in the city. But you're right, Sandwich. You always need to be aware of your surroundings, man. Yeah. Yeah. Also, if it rained the day before, if you're in New York, right? Because you're going to school in New York. If it rains the day before and you're around the skyscrapers, you still have to bring an umbrella because the wind will knock the little puddles of water off of the skyscrapers. So you will still get wet the day before, even though it's not raining, right? The day after. Even though it's not raining, you will still get wet. So you still have to have your umbrella. Otherwise, you are going to get wet at some point. So, yeah. so be careful of that. You'll see other people with umbrellas. You will not be the odd one out. But, you know, it's not like you're getting rained on, but it's just like a little bit of water will come off the buildings when the wind blows in particular directions and stuff. So, anyway, another little tip for you. If you're in an area with skyscrapers, if you're not in an area with skyscrapers, you'll be fine. All right, Gino, down you go. No more desk for you, okay? So yeah. City stereotypes aren't always true because you live in a city that claims to be dangerous but really isn't. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all depends on the area. It all depends on the city. It all depends. There's so many things that are a factor. So at the end of the day, you really just gotta be aware. That's the number one tip. You gotta be aware, and you gotta, you know, be able to stand up for yourself a little bit, and then you'll be fine. But enjoy your dinner. Enjoy. My oh my. Yeah, I should probably go soon too. It is nearly 11. I am gonna reset my desk though. Try to get everybody back in their places. You know, I swear, if I just put... No, you were not allowed up there. I just put Phil back. You cannot go back up on the thing. He's got energy. Yeah, it's almost 11. I should probably go. And I should probably sleep. Should probably, you know, do things. Gino wants to play. Indeed he does. Oops, there goes Chip. There he goes. My. What a fun time. Things are mostly back where they were, and I think that's good enough for me. Yeah, we've been going for a while, but it's always lovely. It's always lovely getting to hear from all of you. But I do think I should go. My voice is my throat's starting to feel a little bit because I've been talking nonstop. Gino's getting antsy, Mr. Antsy boy. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. No. Alright, I gotta go. This was very fun. I cannot wait till we do this again. We'll probably do it again in the winter time. No. We'll probably do it in the winter sometime, or like the late fall, maybe, to give enough time between the symposiums. But we will be back again next week for some more fun streaming and some more fun videos. So, great time learning. Yeah, exactly. Listen, I am a guide maker at heart. If there's things you have questions on, or even things you don't have questions on, I will tell you how to manage them. So, you know. Anyway, this was very fun. I'm so happy that y'all had a good time, or seemed to have a good time, and wanted to hang out a little bit longer as well. It's always delightful having a little chitty chat with all of you. But until we meet again, if you are going to sleep, have a wonderful sleep. If you are going to be having a day, have a wonderful day. And I will see you in the next one. Night's blessings. Bye-bye.